Well, what do they tell you when you're on the airplane in those safety intros? When the oxygen masks fall from the ceiling, you have to put it on your own nose and mouth before helping anybody else on the plane. She said it's okay if you don't have the answers. Just make sure you take good care of yourself, so you'll be effective at helping other people.
A lot of people are fucking messes.
So that's what this is all about. Just look at me.
I love the way she breaks things down, Tom. Like when you're just talking to her about life,
herd immunity.
she can just break it down.
Toxic people.
Addie and her, she loves that.
I know, yeah.
She loves that. So this is a really good, what do you call it?
Dashboard kind of thing.
Yes.
For.
But I don't know about, I'm trying this one and there's one called Tune In, and I don't know which one is better.
Is your arm like super freaking sore or just tender?
No, it feels like somebody punched me in the arm.
But that's it, you feel fine. That's so good. And they got you in quick.
Well, you know, Kaiser is the most amazing. I have never waited. You go up, if you go at the time they say, you fucking literally walk from the front door up the elevator. They go, oh, you're here for your 3. Boom, boom, boom. And she's waiting for you. That's how efficient
they do it right in the lab?
It's upstairs. They made this big area just for this.
Oh,
people, now listen, there's no line ever. When you're scheduled, I swear to God, you walk through, you go and you get it, then you have to sit in a room for 15 minutes.
Yep, we love them. We've been with Kaiser for 20 plus years.
When she was doing her allergy shot, she had to sit there for 1 hour.
Half hour.
They're unfucking believable.
Yep, very efficient.
Are the doctors nice?
Yeah, and you know what's nice? All of them have your same record. So you go to an ENT, they can look at everything in your history.
So they can cross-refer you.
Yeah.
To anywhere.
It's crazy.
Do they? I wonder, is that an option for me when I have Social Security?
Yeah, they have one.
I wonder, so what do I do? Is it a
I think you travel too much. There's too many places where you're not going to have Kaiser.
Oh.
You would still have an emergency room. You would have it either.
Fucking Ben Shapiro, one of the most intelligent young men you'll ever fucking hear. Ever smart. Oh my God. Oh, she does, man. She's smart. Okay, I promise the RV spots, the Smith tonight done. I promise. I just had to get a handle on some other shit. Oh God, was I just behind it. Okay. You know what? I never remember scrap paper. And this isn't scrap paper, bro. There we go. I'll just take a briefcase in. Did you think I was going to be sick?
No.
Did you have a lot of snow?
No, we had. In fact, there was more in Denver than we had.
Oh.
Everybody, this is Tom Spychowski getting an early start on fog just lifting off the lake. It's going to be a beautiful day. Now, just under an hour and a half from Nashville, what's considered to be Nashville's big fat dog. This is Kentucky Lake behind me, the biggest lake in Tennessee by far and away. I'm here to show you how outrageous real estate market opportunity. There is nothing that touches this close to Nashville. This is coming up. No one miss it. This is the best we've been talking about huge acreage, talking about phenomenal pricing, the location.
But I didn't tell you that. Needed me to run KOA through my appointment.
Yeah.
You're fucked up now.
I did.
He was able to get
next Monday, but still.
Who were you getting?
UCL. Because I've been with him for a while.
Hey, so is Tay Anderson accused of sexual harassment or something?
Yeah, apparently it was. Yeah, apparently part of his deal was asking for sex from coworkers. I mean, it was almost sort of a Bill O'Reilly. You're not going to get anywhere in this business.
You know what?
Which I wish there was more. No offense.
I had a policy. I was coming up, young stud in TV, and I had to
ladies attracted interns.
Uh-huh.
I mean, not that it was just so happened they were attracted to me. I would never be alone. And you know what? I knew back then it had nothing. And it was way before all the sexual harassment. But I knew in my spirit just not to be alone. Sure. I don't know why. I just thought if we leave, if ever somebody said anything, I always wanted to have safety.
Absolutely.
I've never been alone with interns.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Well, I always thought I have all these concert tickets,
Looks
and I'm not
like
getting
Greg.
Yeah,
Hollenbeck. You know, Hollenbeck's doing well with his podcast. He does a good job.
really?
Oh, yeah.
He's mostly impersonating Pete, but yeah.
No, he's not. He does all restaurant shit.
I know, but he uses all of Pete's crutches, you know.
Really?
Oh yeah, he has all the same phrasing. It's really funny. It's like, you hated that guy, and you're quoting him all the time. But no big deal. I'm glad he's doing well. And I'm glad in that business, especially now, because he does seem to be helping some people out. Bagging Phoenix, but yeah. You must have in here crossed paths with Greg Hollenbeck. Right?
Oh, a couple of times. I think he's a prick, honestly.
Yeah, hideous human being.
I think he's.
And you guys gotta watch. Oh my God, you gotta binge. You gotta binge Suits.
Oh, yeah?
No, you got to. It's 10 seasons, and I'm telling you, don't.
Where's it played on? Where's it streamed at?
Amazon.
Oh, it is?
It is so fucking. It used to be. It was originally USA.
All right.
I'm telling you, Suits. I'm telling you, honest to God, it is a good show.
Okay.
It's such a good show.
Didn't you say there's a character that reminds you of
okay. Personality-wise, Harvey, you'll see it right away. And right the fuck away, you'll see it. I mean, he might be a little more verbose or articulate, but he's the mark. But it's fun, and that's a compliment, by the way.
We'll have to check out that show, Suits.
Yeah, you got to.
Tom's really pushing for it, Mark.
Oh man, I am so enamored with it. And you know what? At first I thought, this isn't that great, but you really give it a chance, and it just has such intriguing stories.
Okay.
And then they start, in the beginning, they don't so much interrelate that much, where you're hanging on end to see what happened. But man, I'm in the 5th season, and it's like, oh Jesus. And yeah, and Meghan Markle, of course, got her start there.
Oh, I didn't know that she was on there.
That's where she got her
I
start.
didn't even know she acted.
And you know what? She's not half bad there.
Huh. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. Have you seen that one yet?
Sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and tell your doctor. Other side effects include gas, stomach pain.
Can we start early?
Talk to your doctor today. You may be able to save on Linzess and make fewer trips to the pharmacy. See if you're eligible.
Don't be on the air and do it. Go ahead.
In 90 days. Visit Linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by MD and Iron Pharmaceuticals.
Discover one of the CIA's illicit Cold War initiatives on the iHeartRadio original podcast, Operation Midnight Climax, an undercover brothel dosing unwitting Americans with LSD, a mind control experiment gone horribly wrong. Back in the 50s, the government wouldn't let you watch Elvis Presley shake his hips on TV, but the same government was running a brothel in broad daylight. Listen to Operation Midnight Climax on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everybody in the back of the album, find one.
Jesus, I just went through this fucking email. Bruce some more. What is it? My just emails. Just fuck. Oh my God. Just one right after another.
From the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
It's springtime and we've got warm weather on the way for this Easter weekend, but first today is snow.
It's Easter weekend, Mark. It's crazy, isn't it? Really hypocrites go to church.
Hey, DQ fans. The DQ Chicken and Biscuits basket is ready to celebrate your many wins with many biscuits. Not to mention the 100% all-white.
Oh yeah, they've been open for a while, but we just never went back. It's just weird. And I think we probably should, you know, just to have some fellow believers and shit, but we just haven't.
I wonder if in general,
yeah,
it's down by how much.
I wonder. Or did more people come? I doubt. Yeah, you know, because
well, they couldn't for a long time.
No, and you know what, Mark?
And a lot of them are still terrified.
And I think in the beginning when we didn't know what was going on, I think some church people were reckless because they were so hell-bent on it doesn't matter.
We expect to hear from more witnesses who took video.
It is pretty amazing how
the prosecutor wants to make sure
the virus spreads so fast. You really think about it, they basically infected the whole year in a year.
The whole world in a year. Less than a year, Mark. It was around less than a year. Then it just ravaged. But I remember watching the Today Show. Do you remember the first time you heard about it?
Not that I heard about it.
I did. And they said that this virus from Hunan, and they said, you know, it's just like China. And then Trump tried to stop Chinese flights, and they said he was fucking racist or something. No, did you know that?
Yeah.
He in the very beginning wanted to do something.
I think he did stop. He outright stopped.
The U.S. Secret Service has put out a...
But I think we all learned that the shutting down was the worst goddamn thing you could do. These poor kids, man. We're going to have these kids are retarded for a year. Literally. They have been set back well over a year. No doubt. Socially, education, everything. I am so glad our kids, right? Yes, I am so glad our kids are out of fucking school.
It's called Starship and broke apart today right before touching down in South Texas. It's the fourth test launch of the rocket, so all of them had exploded on touchdown or just afterwards. And Volkswagen reportedly is ready to change its name in the U.S. to Volkswagen with a T. The switch is a nod toward the company's commitment to making more electric vehicles. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Dan, run a speed test.
ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay,
I had my first Integra health insurance complaint.
No way. What's the fuck?
Well, the lady didn't make her payment to whoever. I forget what company, and they canceled her.
I want to go to Kaiser for my primary care because I don't really have primary care. Is that your primary care? And you feel taken care of, like not just a number. You really feel like they know you.
Oh, and by the way,
do you have a specific doctor that you see for all stuff?
I see. My favorite is a PA. She's my favorite. But the doctor, actually, I always pick the PA. I can pick the doctor. I couldn't even tell you his name, but I always pick Stephanie out.
Okay, so I'm going to get to that.
So all those tests I had. So, shit, man. Like, just the one blood test, the shit under the one test, there was probably 10 subs. So there was probably altogether, fuck, man, I don't know, 50 tests, maybe more. Everything. You saw them. PSA, just everything. Testosterone, estrogen.
What was your PSA? Oh, you said 1.52. I don't remember. It was good. It was real good.
But listen to this, man. All of them, everything I pay out of pocket. I mean, as ridiculous as it sounds. But every test was $170, so I was fucking happy as shit.
Wait. For all that blood work?
And an EKG.
But why? Why was it only 170?
That's just my cost on it. And I paid 100% out of pocket until I hit 7,000.
Avoid Highway 7 west of I-25.
Hey, when we get a chance, get Integra on. John, I got a question about Social Security and Kaiser. May as well make it public. I'm sure I'm not the only one.
I'll tell you what, when we were in Hawaii, they had a facility right there at Kaiser. And then if you are somewhere where there isn't one, I mean non-emergency, not like ER shit, they'll tell you if you call where to go because they have deals with people everywhere. We've been with them. Fuck, man. We've been with Kaiser a long time.
In real time. When you need your mortgage to fit your family and budget, Rocket can. When you want the ability to adjust your loan options in real time, Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
I thought Goldschmidt or whatever was your main. That's
no, he's my wellness guy, but technically, okay, there's almost nothing I need primary for, but let's just say I strep throat. Yeah, well, even that technically I can call Grossman and he'll give me the antibiotics, but he's technically not primary care. Okay, I'll tell you what that means, insurance-wise.
Well, like a broken bone.
Yeah, or just insurance-wise, he doesn't do insurance, so it's not practical for like. Although he does my blood pressure meds and all those, and I get them at discounts. So I don't know, Mark, but I guess there would be a time. Okay, I'm going to tell you, like urology. They probably have a urology department there, so if I go there for primary care, they would recommend me to the urologist over there and stuff like that.
Remember Suzanne's nose was broke? They have full ear, nose, throat. Yeah, I get everything.
We're still not in April.
Oh, San Diego. They're going to do in-person classes to immigrants that are coming across the border right now, but they still haven't opened up the schools yet. It's the damnedest thing, man.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
I'm your troubleshooter, Tom Martino. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for being here. As you know, we do everything here, from taking complaints, consoling people, also recommending great places, great services, great people, and going after the bad guys. This hour brought to you by Real CBD That Works.com. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Tom, in the promo code, you get 30% off. People ask, do I take that? Of course I do. It's great for just aches and pains. It has no downside, so it's not like aspirin that'll eventually chew up your stomach. You can do this every day. RealCBDThatWorks.com. 30% off if you use Tom in the promo code. And that's not just a one-time thing. You can do that as many times as you want. Welcome. Let's talk. This show is all about solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. And I'm happy because, my goodness, if this was about politics and religion and trends, I would go crazy. We talk about issues, though, and it's really important that we talk about them. And so, right now, just want you to know that I've had my second shot yesterday. And let's say, well, for me, there's no real reaction except... oh, see, nobody gets that joke.
Ha ha.
I tried doing that before, and people just they look at me puzzled. Anyway, as I said, no reaction. I'm Mark Major, happy to be here. So let's go to the phones. Jose, you have an issue. Uh-oh. Yes, I remember this. Now, let me get oh, wait. What happened, Jose? You tell us in your words first.
So what the issue is, thanks, Tom, for having me on the show again. About a few months ago, I got a brand new engine installed on my 2009 GMC Sierra through one of your shops that's on your referral list.
A new engine. And who did you can say, who did you go to for that engine?
Master Tech Automotive.
Master Tech. And did you like the guys?
Yeah, I mean, I've used them before, and I've heard a lot of great things with them. They've done great work.
And then what happened? Because something happened and you weren't that happy. By the way, how many miles on this beast?
So on the truck, it had 170,000.
Okay.
But the engine that I got was a brand new 0 miles on the engine.
Oh, I know. It's incredible what you did. How much, out of curiosity, how much did that cost you?
So So the engine itself was about 8,800, and I had previously put another 1,100 into a new starter, battery, and other work that they did prior to putting the new engine.
But what about installation? So 8,800 plus 1,100 for accessories. What about installation, or did that include installation?
No, the 8,800 included the engine and install.
Yeah, so that's pretty damn good for a brand new factory. So anyway, well, you did have a problem, though, and like I said, we take all problems. We haven't had complaints, Mark, about Master Tech ever, have we?
Nope.
They're in Colorado Springs, but Jose thought that maybe they were responsible for the transmission because it seemed too coincidental. Explain that to me, Jose. What do you mean?
So what the problem was, the very next day after I picked up the truck, after they installed the brand new engine, my check engine light turned on, and I returned it to them because with the brand new engine, I mean, I wasn't expecting any service engine lights or anything like that to go back on.
Yeah.
So I brought it back the next day, and what they did was they reset the codes, and they let me drive it off again. It was driving as I would expect, but again, the check engine light turned on for the second time. I brought it back into them, and then they diagnosed it and told me that it needed a new fuel cap and it needed a new fuel pump, which I knew the fuel pump was working right. I paid for the fuel cap because that cleared one of the messages that I was getting.
So bottom line is what? You didn't know what was wrong, but you thought it couldn't be a coincidence. You just had major work done. You thought Master Tech should fix it, or what? What was the main issue? Did Master Tech say there was nothing wrong? Did they acknowledge there was a problem?
So after I brought it back to them, the fourth time, I had it towed in, my truck towed into the shop.
I get it, yeah.
Because it didn't want to turn on anymore. When they towed it in, they looked into it, and they said that the truck didn't want to turn on because it needed a new transmission.
And that's what I thought. I thought it sounded weird. Did we have your truck towed from there, or did you drive it over to our independent check?
No. Suzanne got me in touch with Transmission Clinic LLC here in Colorado Springs, and they set it up with the tow.
They're also on a referral list, and they're very good people. And again, people, this is how it works. We have a referral list, and those people we police and we monitor, and most of the time, of course, there's not much to do because they're great people. We screen them, and then they act as our experts. Of course, if something goes wrong, we don't hide from it. We want to know the truth. So he said, I want to know why this truck is still screwing up. Is it something that Master Tech did? And we said, we'll get you a shop. And again, this is not a shop that's going to throw stones at anyone. They're going to give us their independent analysis. That's how it works. Our referral list members act as our experts, whether we're dealing with problems on or off the list. So we love Transmission Clinic of Colorado. Good people in Colorado Springs. And you can trust them for trannies, that's for sure. Now, Tom is with Transmission Clinic of Colorado in the Springs. Hi, Tom. Can you tell us what you found?
Sure, you bet, Tom. When Jose brought his truck in, the first thing I do is hook up my scanner and check for codes. Well, with his truck, I had no communication with his transmission control module. So at that point, I start checking power and ground to our computer. And I had power going down to the transmission control module, and I had good ground. So that tells me that our computer has failed.
But why?
Well, that's the tough part. There is no rhyme or reason for it as far as I do see computers fail on these transmissions quite often.
Well, with 170,000 miles, is it unheard of, or is it mostly unheard of, or is it common?
Actually, it's fairly common.
Okay.
It's a problem that I do see, and I did explain that to Jose.
But Tom, is that why it's not running? So if a computer goes out on a transmission, does it render the transmission inoperative? Inoperable?
On that vehicle, it does. It will not start.
Okay, so is it something that you think a tech could have done while doing the engine?
You know, anything is possible, but I highly doubt it in this case.
Okay.
Because there's no smoking gun as to why it failed. Voltage, a spike in voltage can cause a computer to fail.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's possible, but it's nothing that I can prove or disprove.
Okay, so Jose, how do you feel about this? I mean, you know, we really wanted an independent eye to look at this, and he says it's unlikely that they probably did this. Now, it's not unheard of. It could have, anything can happen when you're working on a truck. But also, with 170,000 miles on it, he says it's pretty common to have to work on that computer.
Yes, I do agree with Tom that it could be possible that it could have gone out. But where I'm coming from is that all these issues started the very next day after I picked up the truck. When they installed the new engine with all these electrical problems and the check engine problems coming out, which I believe could have led to that.
Yeah, I understand. So you're saying you really do feel MasterTech is somewhat responsible because you had other electrical issues too. Did they fix the other electrical issues?
No.
Did they refuse to, or did they not acknowledge?
No, they acknowledged into it, and then they every time I would take it in, they would tell me it was something else. At one point, they told me it was the gas pump. At one point, they told me it was a fuse box.
But as Tom said, hold on, there is no smoking gun. That doesn't mean we need one. But I think we ought to just revisit this with MasterTech to see what they have to say now. More coming up.
The border is in crisis. President Trump made the border a priority, but Biden is spending $86 million on hotel rooms for migrants. Now, Brett Stinchfield investigates Biden's executive orders and dangerous policies. Watch Stinchfield on Newsmax TV tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern as he reveals the dangers. Find Newsmax TV on all major cable systems or get it free on Roku, YouTube, Xumo, Pluto, and smart TVs. Plus, download the free Newsmax app on your phone. Help protect our border. Watch Newsmax TV. Stinchfield tonight.
The word art is used to denote something special beyond normal skill and normal service. And the art of granite, which probably should be called the art of countertops, because he does more than granite. That's what it is. TheArtOfGranite.com is a place that does more than just installation. They fabricate beautiful custom edges and textures of all kinds, whether it be granite or any natural stone. He's a direct stone importer. You can get a price on the phone and a whole bunch of benefits. The bathroom's free when you do it. Tear out and haul away's free. Prices on the phone. 303-386-5919.
Hi, Marty Lenz here, and let's talk about real estate and one of the largest transactions you'll ever make. Inventory is low, and as a seller, you need answers and a realtor you can trust.
Are you done with my expert?
And Sarah with the
Not quite. I'm
Okay.
going to try to get MasterTech on.
Okay.
I won't pit them against each other. I heard you talking to him. He was concerned about that, right?
That was a different call. I don't think MasterTech will come on, but I'll try.
Were they mad that you
They weren't mad, but they're like a one-man show, busy all the time, and
Okay. All right. I just say we want to put this to bed. We don't really think it's his fault. We just want to talk to him. And if he doesn't want to, that's fine.
Okay.
Not a big deal.
The difference. That's guaranteed in writing. Call the team I would trust to sell your home. Jay and Sarah with the Ribble Group at 833-453-SOLD. 833-453-SOLD, or visit Gay spelled G-A-Y-E
hasthebuyers.com.
Have you found yourself looking around your house and,
My what?
you know,
This thing with Norwegian, what's the bottom off?
I don't remember that. He couldn't get a piece.
No, I remember it completely, but I don't remember. He could only get credit.
Well, yeah, because what they're saying is the first time
He rescheduled it.
he rescheduled.
And then they canceled it again. So he's saying, okay, I tried to reschedule, you canceled it, now I want my money back. They're saying, once you agree to the credit, you always get a credit.
takes minutes online with no appraisals, no fees.
Deputy Smarty Pants too whenever things slow down I could use.
The home you wish for. Apply today at lightstream.com/easy and get an additional interest rate discount. That's lightstream.com/easy for an additional discount. lightstream.com/EASY.
Subject to credit approval. Rates range from 3.99% APR to 16.49%.
Oh shit, I forgot to do that fucking 5-second spot, damn it. Hey, I'm serious about this.
If we don't think it's his fault, what do we want him on the air for? What's there to work out?
I'm going to ask him, is he willing to do anything toward this? You can ask him here. Look, this guy at Transmission Clinic says these things go out all the time. He has 170,000 miles.
Times may have changed.
Ask him if the guy feels it's too coincidental to the engine installation. Just ask him. We're not trying to embarrass him. Would you throw in labor or maybe a special price or something on the computer he has it done? Just ask.
What to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720.
Okay, Shannon, I was supposed to do literally a 5-second spot for Excel roofing, okay? I don't know, here's my 5-second spot. Hello. Okay, so maybe I ought to say, hello, Excel roofing. But whatever, I needed it, and I didn't do it last night. Because of my second shot, I was down under the weather. I wonder if I prepare something and we try to record it during the break, and you trim the before and after, give it 5 seconds, and I'll email. You email to me, I'll email to them. Okay, thanks. I'm going to try to get something 5. What do they normally do for those 5s? Because I don't do many. Do they just do the phone and the name and stuff? Is it mainly just like a headliner?
Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Okay, so
ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You don't pay a cent until you're content.
Excel, you're right. Okay, that's it. That's it. Thank you. Okay, let me just get that written down. Hold on, sure I don't.
Want me to write it down for you so you don't forget?
I got it here. I'm just wondering where these little notepads are. Oh, there it is. It's called Notepad. That's right. Got it. I should use this more. Format.
From the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
It's springtime.
They allow you to have a good font here.
But first today, the snow ending mid-morning.
Regular.
1 to 2 inches possible.
Area.
I'm not sure whether read your office.
Isn't Corpus Christi a hellhole?
DQ Chicken and Biscuits basket is ready.
No, well, actually, no. There might be parts of it, but the most beautiful part is also. That's a beautiful.
Let's celebrate.
It's very liberal.
Only at your DQ. Happy
Texas?
Austin is huge liberal.
How do you know that?
Because I know that.
I don't know how you would.
It's very liberal.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, here are my thoughts. And I want to ask Tom. Tom, my thoughts are this truck, and Tom is our expert only. He didn't do the work. But, Tom, this truck, they did the engine. Does it look like a pretty good installation to you?
It does.
Yeah. And he had electrical issues after that. I almost think it's coincidental in that whenever you screw with a lot of complicated systems, you're going to have maybe a few bugs to work out. But I don't know if I can make the leap that those problems led to a complete failure of a transmission module if the transmission module has 170,000 miles. Now, that's just my personal feeling. I just don't feel it's a direct correlation. You said you couldn't find any smoking gun either. And if somebody came into you with a truck with 170,000 miles, it would not be unusual to have to replace that module.
Sure.
How much would that cost, Tom, to do?
Well, that particular module,
yeah,
we're looking at $1,383.
Wow. With labor?
With labor, with fluid. That does include a service, and I have to reflash the computer.
Okay. Thank you for your expertise. You've done about everything we asked you to do, so thank you. And by the way, Transmission Clinic of Colorado is a wonderful place. 719-471-0777. They're in the Springs and on our referral list in the Springs. Jose, here's the thing, man. Master Tech, we don't get complaints about. We kind of looked at this, and I don't really, and I promise you, whether he was on the list or not, and people who listen know this. I would have said, no matter what shop did this, that if there's no direct link here other than you had some electrical issues after a major engine overhaul or replacement, that even if they were at fault, even if, let's say,
for argument's sake, the module had 170,000 miles on it, the transmission. So the chances of it going out are likely, but even if they're directly responsible for a premature failure, it wasn't premature because how much life was left in it. They would almost owe you nothing anyway if you even sued them in small claims court. The judge would say, okay, that's $1,383. You had 170,000 miles. They'd probably ask a place on the outside, how long do these last? And the people would say, well, it was probably at the end of its life, but let's just say 200,000 miles. And then they would do a percentage. And I don't even know if it's worth going to small claims court. And you might be upset with us, but I don't see a liar or a cheater or some immoral guy here who's trying to take advantage of you. I don't see that, Jose. Really, I just don't see that. And I don't know, man. And we went through we went to the lengths of having this checked and independently and listening to our expert. And I know you're gonna feel bad about this, but I'm telling you, based on the history with Master Tech and also Transmission Clinic, and they don't know each other, by the way, so they're not like sticking up for each other.
If these guys weren't on a referral list, you'd be already getting rid of this guy. It wasn't their fault.
Yeah, I would have said, Jose, really, 170,000 miles, I can't do anything about it. So I want to go to a follow-up with Marianne. Is this Miriam or Marianne? What is that, Suzanne? I'm sorry. You have it written in a weird way. Is it Miriam? Oh, she's on the phone. I'll just take it. Is this Marianne or Miriam?
Miriam.
Miriam. Okay, so she spelled it right. Yes. I just hadn't heard that name. So, Miriam, your original problem, your husband, wasn't it your husband in the nursing home?
Yes.
And they lost his hearing aids.
Correct.
And we thought, you know what, that seems like a level of care that's reasonable, that they keep track of those, because were they doing something particular where they were removed, or were they on his nightstand? What's the story there?
My husband had his nightgown with his hearing aids in his nightgown. The physical therapist came in. My husband needed to get ready for physical therapy, and it was early in the morning, so he put the nightgown aside, and apparently right after, the workers came in and took the nightgown without checking the pockets and sent it to the laundry factory.
And here's what I'm thinking. Okay, now, to be honest with you, I remembered it differently, and here's what I would say. If they were doing any procedures or doing anything with him, putting him to bed, they took the hearing aids out or stuff, they might have a responsibility. In this case, I don't know what the standard is. I would say with elderly people, do you always check pockets? That seems reasonable to me. But you know what? I asked Deputy Smarty Pants to take a look at it because it did seem a gray area. So, Marty, what is your impression? Was your impression that they were careless or should have checked pockets or what? You've talked to them.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't speak to me, so I had to write them emails.
Right. Okay.
But
you communicated.
In the initial call, which I had indicated to you, I did get some words in.
Yeah.
And I told the person, if this was my office, I'm 100% liable.
Okay.
And she said, thank you. And then I followed up with it, because I'm persistent.
Yeah. We know that.
Okay, so I followed that up with an email, and that was ignored. And I spoke with Miriam, and she said they haven't responded favorably yet. And I sent a second email just saying, come on, do the right thing type thing. You don't have to respond to me, but do the right thing. And I'll let Miriam tell you the result, which she just got today.
What happened, Miriam?
So I received an email from Mr. Carroll, the general manager of Center at Lincoln, that they're willing to pay the full amount of the hearing aids that it was presented by Costco. So they're willing to pay the full amount. He mentioned in the email that it will take a couple of weeks, but they try to rush it. And the email was very nice and saying that we can't wait to hear that your husband would have his new hearing aid.
Good.
Yes.
And Deputy Smarty gets the dinger. Now, we
originally wanted to give her half.
Hold on. She wanted to thank you, Miriam. Go ahead first.
Marty, thank you so much for your efforts. I really appreciate it. You're a great guy.
Yeah.
I hope one day I will meet you.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. So, Marty, what were you going to say?
Oh, at first they only wanted to offer her half.
Yeah.
And she was going to accept it. And I told her, don't accept this. Don't do that yet.
Mm-hmm.
So
hey.
let me do my work and
yeah.
what happened.
Thank you. Hey, Marty, in your years of patients and stuff in your office, was anything ever lost?
I don't remember, but if there was, I would have taken care of it.
Yeah.
You always keep the customer happy because, and look, Tom, I treated people for free.
Yeah.
I never let money get in the way of it. And they would refer me patients. So
yeah.
Our school taught us you don't turn patients away for money.
Well, thank you, Deputy. Seriously, you're really a godsend to us. We appreciate it. 303-713-TALK. And speaking of retired medical docs and all kinds of people, we got Deputy Doc who's going to give us a follow-up coming right up. So we work on and off the air. If you ever hear of a problem, you don't know how it was resolved, call us and ask. 303-713-TALK.
I have Mr. Green Jeans, and then you'll get Master Rooter, okay?
What?
Master Rooter after Mr. Green Jeans, okay?
Okay. Don't forget, tree services. You did it good yesterday.
Good, okay.
The second one.
This report is sponsored by Rocket.
Don't start off with Mr. Green Jeans.
Okay. Travel around the Mile High City freeway system in pretty good shape. I'm taking Town City Road and northbound I-25 approaching Highway 7.
That is such a... I do that. Everyone does. When you're kind of caught off guard, you just go, what? And the first thing you think of, well, it's a sponsor, so you can...
West to the church in Boulder, so expect delays there for quite some time. West of the drive across the Mile High City and pretty easy.
Damn it, I want CNN on there so I can see bullshit. Ninth woman! A ninth accuser.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, what do you want to do on 10?
Oh, there's got to be
lunch?
There's always 10.
Check out the Rocket Mortgage Homeowners Guide for articles, tips, and tools. When you need your mortgage to fit your family and budget, Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
So many people ignore their trees until they have problems. Then they're so sorry, and it can be so expensive. Or worse, they have to remove the dang thing. Well, you know what? Mr. Green Jeans, my landscaper, can be yours too. They can take care of your trees. And they do a great job. So here's what they do. They do tree service, they do cleanup, they do aeration, tree and shrub care regularly, sprinkler installation and repair, fertilizer treatments, whatever you need. Mr. Green Jeans, LLC.com or 303-426-4945, 426-4945.
All right, check this out. I wish every company did this. Free estimates and the lowest price guarantee. I wish every company did that. The one I'm talking about is Master Rooter Plumbing. Once again, a plumber to your house for a free estimate, no trip charge, and the lowest price guarantee. When you need a plumber, check out Master Rooter Plumbing. They've been on a referral list for over 10 years. 720-434-3406, 720-434-3406.
Geez, I never realized that, Mark, over 10 years. Never realized it.
Yeah, they've been on a long time. I think it's been the same owner, too, Acres. You had him do some work, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did they do? I don't remember. They put a sink in for me, and I loved it. Dude, they tapped right into the wall behind my washer and dryer, and then got me a beautiful hot water sink in the garage now. I love it. They can hook my power washer up to it. It's got a hose connection.
laboratory experiment gone horribly wrong. Back in the 50s, you watch Elvis Presley shake his hips on TV. But the same guy is running the Bravo in broad daylight. Listen to Operation Midnight 761 on radio or wherever you get your podcasts.
Is still at record lows, but you don't want to play the waiting game. Exactly, you get call ideal home runs today, where you can take advantage of our interest rate guarantee.
Oh, there it is.
Get some of the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Call us today at 303-867-7000 to talk about our salary-based lending specialist.
303-760.
Hey there, homeowners. Are you experiencing pipe leaks? Is your water bill unexpectedly high? Or are you suffering from water?
When do you want to do the 5-second one? I can do it anytime you want. I can do it next break or top of the hour or whatever. Next break. Okay. You don't pay a cent until you're content. Only with ExcelRoofing.com. 303-761-6400.
I wouldn't even do the phone number.
No? Come on.
Just the website, Excel Roofing. I wouldn't do the phone number, man.
Okay. Okay.
Not on that one.
You don't pay a cent until you're content. Only with ExcelRoofing.com. My roofer.
There you go. Dude, that hail-proof roof they put on mine, fuck, man, the snow just comes off of it. It's beautiful.
Is it metal?
No, it's a thick, like, plastic, but it looks like
slate. I don't remember.
It's crazy.
I fly over the damn thing. I don't remember the roof.
Yeah, you'd never know it's not anything. You would probably think it's like colored concrete or something. I don't know.
It looks stout.
It's fucking badass.
How old is the Google Photos?
On what?
On your house when you fly. Did you ever
Oh, I have no idea.
Like, that's what I...
No, actually, I don't know if they're when the roof was done, though.
Is your RV thing out there?
If it is, that means my garage wasn't built.
That's what I mean.
Oh, you mean the garage? I'm saying if the RV's outside, that means the garage wasn't built.
You know,
if the garage is there, the new roof should be on.
I have a place on my map.
Man, one time you flew over. I mean, you were right the fuck over us.
I know.
And you couldn't find us. I couldn't believe it.
That's because of me. I just get confused because I keep forgetting how small that cul-de-sac is from the air. It just is always smaller than I imagined.
Once you're down, though, it looks big, right?
Well, it's easy. Yeah, I mean, that's right. But when you're up there, it's kind of daunting when you look at that. But as you get closer, I mean, you got a lot of room in there. A lot of room. Yeah.
Violating his constitutional rights. We'll talk about it Wednesday morning at 7:05 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Fighting for you, 303-713-TALK. Don't forget, free market valuations for
your home for the asking. Why would a real estate broker take the time to do that? Frank is doing it both for you and for himself. He's gathering as much data as possible on the Denver metro market so he can be smarter and know how to list and where to list and to get the best prices. And then he bases his evaluation on those comps he has sold in the past so you get an accurate number, plus Frank gets smarter each time he does it. And it's free, no obligation. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Okay, so Jose has another question. Again, okay, Jose, what was your question? By the way, Jose's the one took his engine in for a replacement. After that, he had problems with the transmission module. It had 170,000 miles on the truck. He thought it was too coincidental, but our guy, independent inspector, said, I can't see a connection, Tom, and these modules usually go out around this time anyway. It's not unheard of. In fact, it's pretty common. So I couldn't really fight for a brand new module and say you got to pay for this for the other shop. Anyway, you have an additional question. What is it?
Yeah, so one thing I was telling Suzanne and I talked to Tom at Transmission Clinic about is what I believe could have caused all the electrical problems is after they installed the engine, I noticed that the engine harness, the wires that lead from the engine to the rest of the engine bay, it didn't look like they were secured properly. and they were too close to the engine, in some areas touching it, which the heat of the engine could have caused the wires to melt and caused something to short out.
That's possible for sure. Jose, that's absolutely possible. In fact, our guy said that is very possible, but he did not see any evidence of that, he said. He looked for that and said he could not find any smoking gun.
So let's say the guy did destroy a transmission that had 170,000 miles.
Not a transmission.
Or the module.
Right.
Okay, that had 170,000 miles.
Right.
What do you think that would be worth?
I'm going to do the math. I'll do the actual math. But anyway, go ahead, Suzanne. What did you want to say, Suzanne?
Well, Jose mentioned to me that Tom agreed with him from Transmission Clinic of Colorado on the wire overheating. And Jose, I talked to Tom a minute ago. He had no idea what you were talking about.
Yeah, and listen, it's not like we're trying to... He just says it's unlikely, and he didn't see it. So if you don't see something, you can't just say it's that way.
Right. He couldn't confirm nor deny, which I understand.
Well, because there's no evidence at all, is what I'm saying. See, there's no evidence. That's easy to understand. He didn't find any melted wires. The melted wires would still be there, is what we're saying. So anyway, Mark, you asked. According to the math, if it went to 200,000 miles, it would have been... actually, I did it wrong.
Well, wouldn't they owe him just a module with 170,000 miles on it? Not the easier way?
Yeah, he would owe him but then why bother doing that, right?
Yeah.
So the way it's usually done is, I hate doing the math, because math is boring on the radio, but I'm going to do it because... It's just, God, because he believes he's owed something divided by...
What's the value of it?
I'm going to tell you. So 85% of it was eaten up. So the guy would technically, if he was 100% liable for that module, and it cost $1,400 times 15%, he would be liable to him for $210. That's what he would be liable for. Jose, anything could have happened. But if the wires shorted, they would still be shorted. You would have evidence of a short. But you know what? You know what, Jose? I know exactly how you feel. I do. In fact, I would feel the same way. And this is this. You bring your truck in, everything's running great except the engine you want to have redone. Now, all of a sudden, after the engine's redone, you're having electrical issues, and now you find out your transmission module doesn't work, and you're thinking, damn, I just spent $8,800 or $9,800 with you, $9,900 with you guys, and now my module's going out. And I know you don't want to hear the crap about, well, it's 170,000 miles, it's bound to go out sooner or later. But by the way, that's the truth. But I would feel exactly like you do. I have walked away many times from fights because it was logically not worth taking on, but I was still pissed off. Another thing, Jose, your transmission won't last much longer either, just so you know. And it's not going to be anybody's fault.
I understand all of those, but the problems leading up to that is what makes me feel
that's right, because you were having electrical issues. I get it. But that still does not negate the fact that there were 170,000 miles on that module. Go ahead.
And kind of the good news is, I think the first shop was telling him he needed a new module and tranny, but our expert who looked at it yesterday or whatever just says he needs the new module.
Right, exactly.
So that's kind of good.
That's good news, exactly. We have a Deputy Doc with a follow-up. Deputy Doc is working with Martina, and it was a car warranty issue. Now, Doc, as I understand this, is this the one where they agreed to replace the whole engine?
No. Tom, what happened was...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Martina bought a car, a 218 Volkswagen Jetta.
Oh, now got it.
From Greeley Nissan. They okey-doked her from 12.8 originally, then they got it to 13.8 for a different car, and then they okey-doked her.
Now, why do you keep saying okey-doke? Do you think they were really trying to pull a fast one?
Well, they got it from 13,000 to 16,000.
Now, hold on. Martina.
From 8 to 13, then to 16?
No. Martina, would you take us through this? You were looking at a car that was 12.8, and then they showed you one for 13.8?
It was the same car.
Oh, and then they went from 13.8 to how much?
Almost 17.
But how did that happen? I mean, why didn't you say no? I mean, after all, that kept going up. Didn't you wonder why it kept going up?
Because when they wrote down the deal, they said I was paying the financial charge.
Oh, well, okay. Doc, are we, Deputy Doc, are you talking finance charges and everything? Because that's always going to be more than the purchase price.
No, and then...
Yeah, but
Doc,
then they want more.
Doc, I just want to analyze this properly. What was the actual purchase price that Martina paid? Do we know?
She told me it was 16.
Okay. Was it 16, Martina? Martina?
Verbally, they told me 13.
Okay.
Something.
I got an idea. Hold on. I got an idea. Do you have a copy of your paperwork?
I think we looked at it.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. What did you find?
When they deceived me was when they wrote it down and said, this is the estimate paying finance it.
Okay.
So they went inside the financial office and they add more finances.
Okay.
They just sold her every bit of mop and gloves.
I remember it now, Martina. What you're saying is and I get it, and I get what Deputy Doc is saying now when he says okie doke. They basically took your sale and added, first of all, expensive financing plus every other thing they could add to it. With credit, life, and disability.
And it sounds like they raised the price as well.
Yeah, so it all came out, if you added in all those extra charges, to over $20,000. I get it. What I want to know, Deputy Doc, what did you do about it?
Okay. Well, first of all, I left a couple of messages, and I finally got in touch with the general manager, and he wouldn't talk to me. But here's the thing. I thought she bought an extended warranty.
Okay.
So I told her, which she didn't want, I said, usually if you return a extended warranty, they will prorate the refund. And then she said, well, it's not an extended warranty, it's a service contract. So I said, well, I didn't understand. I didn't know whether or not you could return a service contract.
It depends. It really depends on what it is.
Right. So I told her to call you guys to find out what the deal was with service contracts, because I didn't know.
I think, to be honest with you, Martina just got screwed. And the reason she got screwed is, first, she went car shopping in Greeley, which we have found out that Longmont and Greeley, for some reason, has more bad car dealers than any other place, more complaints, listen to this, in those two little cities than all of Colorado when it comes to car cheating. Why? I don't know. I don't know if a memo went out on Google Maps saying, here is where you go if you're a bad car dealer and want to screw people. I don't know. I almost joke about it, but I swear to God, I mean, I never saw such a collection of bad people in the car business. So what's the name of this dealer?
It's Greeley Nissan.
Okay, so.
And Vaughn, who was really antagonistic from the get-go. He kept saying, I'm recording this, you can't put me on the radio.
Good. Greeley Nissan sucks. I can just tell you by this deal. But it was probably a legal deal. It was probably done properly. It's just that Martina laid herself open for rip-offs. Now, there are a few things you talked about, the service contract and all that. That's what we mean, or what Mark meant when he said they added every bit of mop and glow you can get.
Let's look at that contract again. Can you get it over to us?
Yeah, we really need to. And here's the deal.
I think I have it.
Most of the time, those service contracts, they're not really refundable. They're prorated, but they almost never
It's pulling teeth.
Yeah, it is. It's really difficult. But
and they sell these on everything. We had a Harley dealer, and I'm not going to say who it was.
Oh, my God.
But it was the most egregious ever.
Mark, wasn't it double the
purchase
price?
It was a cheap little Sportster.
It was about $9,000. Okay, and he went out the door for 20-something.
24.
Oh, it was double.
Literally doubled it.
They doubled it on everything they added. People, I'm going to tell you, when you go to buy a car, the finance, F&I, finance and insurance, that is the department that adds insult to injury. And we'll talk about that and more coming up.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KL on iHeartRadio.
God, that was another one. You were out of town, and of course they had to be a huge fucking advertiser, and I lighted them up.
But man, they deserved everything.
Oh my God, it was a fucking a guy on leave that was getting ready to go back to Afghanistan, buying and spending a little of his hard-earned money.
Highway 7, however, the session for Fallen Boulder Police Officer Kelly.
Actually, she's only paying 4.6.
Oh, you're looking at it good.
South Boulder Road, where
Now, I gotta zoom in.
Along that section. Back out on the highway drive,
There we go.
use a kick across the
Okay.
freeway system. See a little bit of delay on westbound 270 either side of Vasquez. Watch out for that. Otherwise, you're in pretty good shape. Watch 31 pinpoint weather. It'll be on and off snow today with a high of 40. Right now, fog and spots and 26. Which will impact traffic and weather. I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Ready to buy a new home, but don't know where to start? Rocket can. Check out the Rocket.
The one thing I don't...
Okay, you have 888 heating.
Okay.
When you need your mortgage
Ask me. What's their phone number?
and budget, Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
Floor coverings are everywhere. I mean, you walk on floors, you open the door, you see the floors. If you're buying a home, you want floor coverings, SimplyFloorsInc.com. If you're selling and you want to spruce it up, SimplyFloorsInc.com. You know, they'll come to your home, they'll bring all the latest selections, and you'll save money. The message is savings and better service and better warranties. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
You know, it's always a little nerve-wracking having a stranger come to your house, your furnace breaks, or maybe your air conditioner, any home services. You gotta think, I need a company I trust, and I also need a company that, you know, isn't gonna charge more than everybody else in the world. You want a good company that can actually fix what you want fixed as well, not just try to sell you a new unit. That company is 888 Heating. They've been on our referral list for years and years. They're great guys. They will give you the best pricing out there. They'll beat anybody apples to apples, and they have great service. 888heating.com.
Discover one of the CIA's illicit Cold War initiatives on the iHeartRadio original podcast, Operation Midnight Climax. Flying undercover.
They have your fucking garage there, Mark.
Oh, then do your commercial. You said just do it.
Right now? What are we talking about?
Do your Excel 5-seconder.
Oh, thank you. Hold on.
Turn that down so you don't pick it up.
Let me find it. You don't pay a cent until you're content. Only with ExcelRoofing.com. Okay, I'm going to do it again because I got to go a little faster. You don't pay a cent until you're content. Only with ExcelRoofing.com. My roofer. Okay, I'm going to try one more, Jen. You get the one closest. You don't pay a cent until you're content. Only with ExcelRoofing.com. My roofer. All right, one of those should be 5 seconds.
Okay, so they sold her.
Put some secret sauce on it too, May. Take off beginning and end. Yeah.
Maybe kind of like something that'll give it a more masculine voice. I like when they see jelly on it.
Hello, this is Tom Martino. I listened to some of my old shit, like really old Mark. I swear to God. Okay, I was like this on a TV thing one time. We were doing an audition tape, and I was at a news desk, and I'm going, I swear to God, I talked like this. I was working for a newspaper trying to. Hello, I'm Tom Martino. I mean, you know, I can't even do it that bad, but it was like, because it wasn't for me. It was, I'm Tom. You know how normal people talk? That's how it was. It was, hi, I'm Tom Martino. Right here, Tom Martino.
So on the Stern channels, they'll play shit from the 90s all the time.
Long story, I screwed something up.
Do it again.
Suzanne was all over the recording. I messed up.
Next break?
Right now.
Okay, I'll do it now.
Microphone off, go nuts.
Oh, okay. You don't pay a cent until you're content. Only with ExcelRoofing.com. My roofer. I'll do another one. You don't pay a cent until you're content. Only with ExcelRoofing.com. My roofer. That ought to do it. The second one.
gold, and precious metal.
What's going on with this car right now, though? Does it need an engine? Forget the fact she's
actually asked that.
Yeah, what does she want out of it? I don't get it.
And free coins with qualified purchase.
So I'm looking at your house. So you definitely have it.
1-866-997. That's 800-218-6997. ValorGold.com.
Your orange right there.
Oh, yeah.
But, okay, when I'm flying, it just, see, I see all these big things, right? And yours is way.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's way.
Zoom in on it again.
Bounty picks up spills
Just on my house itself.
and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less
So what's
of the
that?
value brand. So you can get back to the party.
Oh, that's your shadow or something. What is that? Is that a vehicle out there? No.
The quicker figure out.
So this is your barn. That's a nice color.
That's 50 feet. I can't tell if that's the new roof or not, to be honest. Oh, go look at my other barn, the horse barn. Hold on. Shit.
Right there.
I can't tell either.
Listen,
if it's green.
You know what? You can measure. I want to measure something. Your barn. Yes.
That's 50.
Oh, anyway. It's usually this.
Maybe on the Mac.
No, here, watch. And then you do. Here, watch.
There are no words.
Measure distance.
The isolation.
Huh.
The boredom.
There you go.
The loneliness.
50.
If you're wondering where your teenage son or daughter spirit went, you're
pretty good, man.
Oh, look, though. Look, none of the cement's done. The wall's not there, so this roof might have not been done. This building is not done. In fact, I don't have any of the landscaping. I don't think the new roof was on there.
So many of us have been missing.
This is cool. You can rubber band it.
Yeah.
So, man, if this, man, what a fucking these people are fucking crazy. They're going to take the place of,
well, it's even.
They're going to take the place, Mark, of,
look at this. Here. Look at, see if they actually, drove by my house, street view.
This message
Yeah, just did it.
Oh,
But they probably don't have a street view.
Association.
Yeah.
They don't want their little man being shot. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. All right, so actually we should ask, what does Martina want? I mean, she talked about the deal and how they okey-doked her, and basically got a lot of stuff she didn't want. But
I do have to ask her this. She said, where did she see this thing for $8,000 or $12,000? What I don't get that.
What's the purchase price, Mark?
$17,983.
That's the purchase price.
That's the
What are
cash
the finance
price.
charges?
The finance charges are fine. I mean, if you, it doesn't matter. They're going to be a total of $3,000.
Okay.
It's 4.69.
Okay, not a bad deal.
But then they socked her. They socked her with a bag of pennies on the extended warranty.
How much?
$3,200. Some kind of protection something.
Yeah. All
$400. That could be Gap. And then really that's it. So the entire amount financed comes to $21,615. But what I don't understand is she started off saying she walked in to buy a car for $8,500. Was it this car? Is this like the Cadillac deal where the lady spent $25,000 and we found out it was advertised in the paper for, what was it, like $9,000?
Yeah. 30-something, and it was 9. But here's the thing, Martina. What did you first contact us about? What did you want? Are you the?
Yeah. And 10 and 12,000, not that much.
What did you want? Were you trying to get the price reduced? What were you trying to accomplish when you called us?
To the dealer, why they screw me up, and they didn't want to do anything about it. And
when you say wouldn't like to do anything about it, think of it from their perspective. You just signed a deal, and you drove away with a car, and now you want them to do something about it. So what you're saying is you made a bunch of mistakes, and you want them to do what? That's what I'm asking. Are you asking for a discount?
No, I don't think so. I made a mistake.
You don't think?
No.
She thinks they robbed her, basically.
Okay, but
and looking at this, I mean, I see her argument.
No, I know what you mean, but it was all done so-called legally. We'll come back with this and more.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining.
Looking to see what's in that area that always gets me confused. There's another house I fly over. And,
So you don't think that backyard's better, huh?
what backyard?
My backyard.
What do you mean better?
To land it.
Oh,
Look at the size of that compared to the
you
cul-de-sac.
know what? No, Mark.
Oh, you're right.
Look,
Because you come in right here.
that cul-de-sac is giant compared to that.
Yeah.
And that has more trees. I mean, I could land there and pinch.
How about here?
Is that yours?
Yeah. That's my horse.
So this is your square right here.
This is an electric horse fence.
Hold on. So your property is right here, here, here. It's well, your barn's here, so it's got to go more.
Yeah, it goes like this.
Wow. How many acres?
Almost 6.
It looked like more than that.
Is not always what's real. So listen to the
Yeah, you got trees.
podcast on the iHeartRadio app or
You
wherever
have a
you
horse
get your
barn, man. I'll tell you, that's so cool.
This is Denver's
That's
Talk
so cool.
Station with Tom.
And that whole pasture, I'm telling you, the people before us had horses. They did it nice. It's got nice solar electric fence and shit. I just don't want horses. Tell what I do with the horse.
ABC News, I'm Adrian Banker. The third witness had returned to the stand today in the murder trial of Derek.
Can you imagine it? Listen to what I'm going to say. If this guy somehow gets a hung jury, the cop with the knee and killed the guy, holy shit, man. I don't know what they would do. What would you fucking do? The town, I mean, they'd have to call in the guard. It would be absolutely unfucking believable. It'd be unbelievable.
How is it going?
I have no clue, man. I think that video, I mean, shit, how do you? I don't know.
Very, yeah, I don't know, Mark.
You know, it all comes down to those, when the judge gives a direction, like, hey, this is all you're talking about. You can't, we don't care how you think about it. This is a deal.
Yeah, I know.
Paycheck Protection Program. It was set to expire tomorrow, but the application deadline will now extend.
That's the first time I actually realized what PPP stands for.
What's that?
Officials are encouraging
Paycheck Protection Program. I just never understood that. Actually, I never actually
positive for
thought about
COVID-19.
it. Yeah. I mean, I thought it was something, but pandemic, I thought, but.
Negative. But some hotels are offering free quarantine stays.
Look at this kid. He looks like a fucking high school kid.
Yeah, he does.
Jesus Christ.
Who is he? Oh, he's just
a
doing
reporter.
Do you remember OJ's trial, man? I worked at the Goodyear, and I fucking watched that every day like a soap opera. It was on 24/7. It was like a cast of characters, man. It was unbelievable. Johnny Cochran was unbelievable. In the defense couldn't have been stupider. Every time you turn around, that Marcia Clark fucked something up. It was unbelievable.
This is just wrong. You know, this is just fucking wrong.
They're seen on video not intervening or offering aid. Brian Clark, ABC News, New York.
That right there.
9 minutes or whatever.
And
it
that
was.
fucking guy standing by. Look at how he's on his throat. Why the fuck did he have to do that part right there?
And he's handcuffed too, man. He's already, I mean, he's down. Now,
See,
prior to this,
that guy did not.
Prior,
did not have to do that.
I think prior to this, they had to call these cops in because he was fighting with other cops.
Legal issues or even expose personal information.
There's nothing you can do.
Uncover what's lurking on the internet about you. Reputation defense.
Like 30 times.
I mean, even if he was disorderly, right? Then when he calmed down, you should let up.
Cutting-edge technology helps make your Google search
That is
results
just
look their best. Call 800-401-66.
I hate judging shit without being the actual juror because I don't know. But man, that dude killed him.
What could justify that?
That's what I'm saying.
Because nobody even has to say. No one even has to say that he was not disorderly.
Unless if its justification is something like, this is how the police trained me and this is what I was trained to do.
But for how long?
I don't know.
You get him under control, then what? Then what?
Oh, here's really what the defense was saying yesterday, is he didn't die from that. He died from all the drugs in his system, and he died from his heart, and when the adrenaline kicked in.
Here's the point. If the knee wasn't on there, would he have died anyway?
Oh, I don't think so. I think he would have died for sure.
Well, then that's the eggshell.
Yeah.
I mean, cops come upon people all the time, that are all different kinds of people and all different.
Did you ever watch that fucking Faces of Death, man, when you were younger?
No, I did a story about it. Yeah, so I watched it.
This guy comes out on PCP. He like robbed a store or something.
Is it still around, Faces of Death?
Oh yeah, you can find it. So, you know, it's all live video, you know, real video.
Is it real? Because some of
it is real as shit, man. They fucking pumped this guy on PCP with like 50 fucking bullets, man, and this dude was still moving. I couldn't believe it. Then, of course, as soon as that adrenaline was
I got an award for my reporting on this.
What did you report on?
Okay, it was underground. All the kids were watching it. They were getting access.
It was huge, yeah.
I did a story on it.
That's how I was young enough. That's how I watched it. A buddy of mine ended up renting it from somewhere, and that was
it. Went underground, and I did undercover, did all that, found out how they're getting it, and if they put an end to it, I mean, that would never happen now, because that would be so politically incorrect to tell people they couldn't do that, you know.
Oh yeah. It's so graphic though. It's unbelievable. For back then, it's unbelievable.
What happened was the state legislature basically had the order, like they put doing something for the school.
Dude, they had a table like this. All these people were sitting around, and a monkey's head is in the middle, trapped, and they each hit it with a hammer, and then they eat the brains.
That made me so distressed, Mark.
That's like a delicacy in some places.
I know, and it was doing this.
Oh, it was crazy, man. It was torture.
It's banned. Due to graphic content.
You know what's funny though? When they do shit like
in many countries, in the United Kingdom, films,
then the kids want it more though. It's the fucked up part. It's like saying, don't open this door to your fucking teenager.
I just don't even like thinking about this because there are so many cruel things on the fucking internet. That's the part of the internet where you just
dude. I made the mistake after a 9/11. I watched that first Contractor. They cut that fucking poor guy's head off.
You could see the terror in his.
I have never watched anything like that again. I could not fucking
digest. I only
it.
Started and then I turned it off. I mean, that guy knew, and it was just a fucking regular knife.
And it was a regular dude. In other words, it wasn't even. He was a contractor.
And they had to cut through bone and tissue, and you could see the terror in his eyes, and he wasn't dead right away.
Then they did it. They brought him out and acted like they were going to do it numerous times, and they did.
This is the trouble.
It was so terrible.
Now, Tom Martino, the troubleshooter.
I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the only show
anywhere of its kind where we solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make referrals, and help you any way we can. 303-713-TALK. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. Put Tom in the promo code, get 30% off CBD products made right here in Colorado, but it's for the entire country. It's pure. It's one of the purest forms of CBD you'll find with the process. It's an EPA lab they purchased up in Golden and converted it. Really, talk about a scientific lab, right? That's Golden, and they're right here, but you can get it online, RealCBDThatWorks.com. Use Tom in the promo code, get 30% off. So it's for pain, anxiety, for inflammation, system-wide inflammation. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Hey, people, we have so much to talk about, but I need to put this one problem to bed. I just need to because let's put it this way. Yes, it was a bad deal. It was a bad deal. The dealer, in our opinion, a bad dealer. Should you go to this dealer, I would never recommend it. And unfortunately, as I said, for some reason, Greeley and Longmont have disproportionate ratios of bad dealers to population.
It is quite amazing.
Longmont and Greeley yield more complaints, serious complaints on autos than all of the other metro, and they're not even metro, but the entire metro area.
And the Springs.
Yes. Now, can you understand what I'm saying? So, just by numbers alone and playing the odds, you're more likely to get ripped off in Longmont and Greeley. Even if there is a good dealer there, it's too bad. My recommendation, stay away from Greeley and Longmont when it comes to buying cars. I don't know how they gathered there. And Deputy Doc, He said they're scum. He didn't like dealing with them. Why did the guy have a chip on his shoulder right away?
Don't know. As soon as I called, he kept saying, "This is recorded. I'm going to sue you if you put me on the air. I don't want you to go on." He kept saying that over and over again. And he said, "I don't want to deal with you. Have Martina call me." And so my basic question is, can she get? She just wants to know if she get a refund on the extended warranty.
I don't think so. I mean, I'll look. We'll look. But here's bottom line, Doc. This is a bad deal, in my opinion. But is it illegal? Well, I don't want to render even a legal thing because maybe some attorney could find something wrong. But I'm saying it appears to be proper and ordinary. In other words, it doesn't seem to be. There's nothing glaring that looks like a fraud to me. So this thing is just a bad deal. She bought every extra you can buy, and then some. Plus, she overpaid for the not for the finance, but probably overpaid for the car. But listen, that's par for the course. All right?
You can't even take them to small claims court. These guys have arbitration in the entire agreement first.
So, Martina, the simple answer is we can't help you, dear. We can't. You did this really to yourself. You signed all the papers, and I wish there was something, as we call it, the smoking gun, that would prove fraud, but there's nothing there that we can find.
Yes, they protect themselves. They protect themselves because they illegally tell us one thing, and in the documents they record something else, and it's where they get us.
But you signed everything.
I told them, I can afford. I have my budget for this amount.
I'm so sorry, dear. I really am.
So that's what I want to say.
Martina, I don't know why you went alone to buy a car. Why? I don't want anyone. I do not want anyone going alone. Huh?
I was in need of a car.
I know.
That is why.
I want people to know they can call us for advice before going for a car. And you know what? This is how bad it is. Even dealers we know, okay, listen to this, and deals we make, even the ones we make for people, and the dealers we know, when those people get to the dealership, those dealers, they don't do anything illegal or unethical that we can see, but they will pack the deal. It's just an automatic thing. It's called packing the deal. Packing the deal. It's done over and over and over. So packing the deal is putting on all the unnecessary stuff. And if somebody says it's not unnecessary, they're lying to you. It's unnecessary. There's nothing in that F&I department that they force on you. Well, you take it, but they sell you. And that you can't do better on your own.
And if they ever tell you, you got to buy that warranty in order to get that price on the car, that's a real no-no. You get that on a recording, they'll get in trouble.
So, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You remember not long ago, we had a guy on from the referral list who was retiring, and he wanted a date. He wanted a relationship. Did we ever touch base with him to see how it went?
No, did we?
Can you call him? I'm wondering how he's doing.
I don't hear her. Do you hear her?
I don't hear her at all, no. So,
can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
I don't know how it went back then, but we're trying it again here this week.
With him?
Yes.
With this new referral list member?
Yes, I'm excited.
Oh, that's cool. So, what's his name? Howard, right?
Howard Denton.
Howard, he's pretty fit. He's just old-fashioned. You know? He doesn't even have email. I don't think he has a cell phone either.
No, he's got his cell phone.
Flip?
Yeah, probably not a smartphone.
Yeah, he doesn't text.
The interesting part about Howard is when he called me up and said, hey, can I come on the air? I retired now. I got a lot of money from my company. I'm at this certain age where most of the women my age don't want to do anything. I like hiking. I like being outside.
Camping, all that.
He likes all that stuff. But
movies, concerts, dinners.
He kept wanting to relate that he does have money.
Yeah, and that's the worst message to send because you never know if a woman or a man, okay, it's not just women, if a woman or a man would be after that. as you get older, it's so difficult. My God.
My point is, I'm not so sure. He definitely wants good company, don't get me wrong. But I don't think he minds if the woman is around, if she can keep up with him and stuff, that she does like the money part.
So let's talk to Tanya Weaver. Why are we talking to Tanya Weaver? Because whenever we get a new referral list member, we like to say hi to them. But listen to this. That's not the only reason, because what she does intrigues us. And besides, we don't like most dating sites. So to have a good one is good. And who had the pleasure of doing the background check on Pikes Peak Dating, Mark? Who did that?
That would be me.
Okay. And you found no skeletons in the closet?
No.
No. How long you been around, Tanya?
We've been doing events for almost around more than 4.5 years.
Okay, now you say events. So this is a dating site or not?
So we promote on all social media platforms, but what we do is we like to bring old school back. So we like to bring people off their computers, behind their masks, and bring them to a public community space or a safer place.
Got it.
To meet singles.
That's very cool. So, in doing this, you have events. So you don't do one-on-one matchmaking?
We do sometimes, and we incorporate it into our business. But what we mainly do is we like to, help the community grow, just like you do, and work with local businesses.
Okay.
And such.
Now,
Yeah.
is there for example, is there a possibility, like if somebody calls and says, I want to date someone, do you have that service available?
I'd definitely be open to offer it, and a lot of people are always asking us to match them with somebody.
And you do have a data bank then where people can be matched?
We have several groups on Facebook that we bring singles.
But it's not your main
together.
deal. It's not your main deal.
Correct. We're mostly the people that just want to work alongside local businesses and throw events where people could meet several singles.
Okay, so I want to know how you operate then. So hold on, and we'll figure that out. Plus, I have to take other calls in between. But I'm intrigued by this. They're not trying to get your money with all these promises for love. I can't stand dating sites that take advantage of people like that. Guaranteed this or that. They take your money. They say we have just the right people. They even sometimes show people a lot of BS, trying to get them to sign up. Then once you sign up, all you see are, ogres. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Ogres.
Okay, well, this is good.
Each podcast episode will feature hilarious storytelling and social conversations while centering the stories of Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and Asian women. Join me as we remind each other to access joy, affect, change, and be inspired. Listen to Her with Anita Brown on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, this is so weird. Why wouldn't this be here?
Do you know what I'm going to be doing today at 4 o'clock? I'll be getting my IV hydration in the comfort of my home from Rocky Mountain, IVmedics.com. I'm going to get NAD, which is a cellular rejuvenation. It truly is. NAD. Look it up, all caps. You can get it for dehydration, vitamin deficiencies, maybe migraines, hangovers, whatever. You get it cheaper, way cheaper than, of course, urgent clinics and hospitals, but it's at par with hydration bars. So imagine that. You don't pay any more, but you get it at home from Rocky Mountain IV Medics. Medical people come to your home and administer it in the comfort of your home. And you can call or text for same-day appointments even. RockyMountainIVMedics.com, 720-987-2155. That's 720-987-2155. So, you just heard me talk about RockyMountainIVMedics.com. They have a website. Every business has a website if they know what they're doing. But how do you know the website is serving you? You can't even judge it, because even if you think it's doing good, it could probably do better. So you go to this company and get a free analysis and free do-it-yourself tips. And there's no obligation to hire them, although we use them all the time for referralist.com. Here's the website I want you to go to and get your free analysis. Ready? GetFoundFast.com. That's exactly what they do. They get your business found fast. GetFoundFast.com. Oh, they're going to be pissed at those. Sorry.
At what?
I fucked up.
What did you fuck up on?
Long.
It couldn't have been that long.
Now, I have to write Smith right now so I can record it this afternoon.
To get your painting project started, CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated.
Homeowners experiencing pipe leaks or low water pressure? Is your water bill unexpectedly high? These are signs of pipe failure due to old corroded pipes. Only a whole house
Hey, maybe Tanya can find Shannon, his match for heaven there. Oh. You must mean Shannon.
720-573-0086. That's 720-573-0086. This is Brent Iverson, 5-year homeowner. If one of your goals in 2021 is to move into a different home because of the time you spent in your home during 2020, Ideal Home Loans can help. And here's the great news. Thanks to record low interest rates, your buying power is stronger than ever. Ideal Home Loans can walk you through the whole process to make it fast, simple, and easy. Talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists today at 303-867-7000. Be sure to ask about our 3-week closing guarantee where we will underwrite and approve your loan ahead of time so that you can go out in this competitive market and make an offer that's like making an offer with cash. Gone are the days of getting caught up in the waiting list. With Ideal Home Loans, you don't have to. If you need help with a real estate agent, we can refer you to one that we trust and can walk you through the whole process. Call today at 303-867-7000 or you can apply online idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by Board at NLS 136756 for terms and conditions. Call 844-45-ID.
Hey, honey, I just heard about Nibble, a way to improve balance in the comfort of our own home, and we can use it on our smartphone or tablet. Is it an app? Yes, NYMBL training, and it's free for the first 5,000 Coloradans ages 60 and up. Or we can visit co.fallsfree.com.
co.fallsfree.com?
Yep, Nibble takes just 10 minutes a day and gives us simple body movements and exciting brain games to improve our balance by 30%. And it's fun.
Improve your balance now with Nibble, the free, fun, easy-to-use app. Hurry, only 5,000 spots.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket. You can save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you can consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 833
You hear that?
Rocket or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rocket?
That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
You're right. You're right.
My head's spinning.
Why don't you ask your budgets? Ask them. Is that national sales again?
I don't know. I think they jam. It wouldn't shock me if we just had back-to-back those, to be honest, because it's the only place they do them. You know what I'm saying?
With Indeed, you don't need a storm to catch lightning in a bottle. Find great people fast with hiring tools like Instant Match, which searches millions of resumes in Indeed's database to deliver people whose resumes fit your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, I'm Tom. Welcome to the show.
You can read all about us at referralist.com, about us. So I need to know, and I'm going to get to all of your calls, I promise, okay? I need to just know that this dating, I love the way they work, Pikes Peak Dating. They're really an event planner for singles. Now, Tanya, so do you have a membership, though? Do people go and sign up before they can come to events? Do you have any kind of data bank or anything like that?
What we usually do is we charge through PayPal or online before they come, or they could pay at the door.
For each event or monthly?
Correct, for each event.
You know what? This is incredible. You're breaking all the rules in a good way, meaning you're not going to hoodwink someone into memberships. You're not making them sign up. You're not making them pay in advance for stuff. You just say you want to come to an event, you pay, and that's it. And there's no long-term obligation. And when they're at the event, do you have like specific an agenda, or what do you call it? Yeah, Lord, like do they sit down and talk to each other and move around, or how does it work?
Correct. So we, I'll hit up some local artists or DJs or businesses, and sometimes they reach out to us, sometimes I reach out to them, and we're just here to help the community and spread the love.
And so you make money on the events, and what about each event? Do you have events for example, certain demos?
Correct. So sometimes we do that, or we'll ask them, say a local bar or local business, and see if they want to, negotiate and split a percentage. And, we never promise anything, but there's many people I still talk to, hundreds, that I've met a lot of amazing people through the events.
But what I'm saying is, do you have events, for example, that are for people mainly, let's say, 25 to 35, or some events that for seniors and some events for middle age, or do you do it like that?
Correct. Sometimes we'll split the ages, but sometimes my main goal is to do, 21 and up, all ages, because people need to learn how to communicate regardless of age, regardless of their sexual orientation. So, most of the time, all our events are LGBTQ friendly.
Well,
so
sure.
I've had people actually ask me, are you going to separate the LGBTQ from the straight people? And I'm like, no, because I want you guys to learn how to communicate and talk to people face to face, regardless.
This is such a cool idea, because most dating apps and sites, you know what they are. They're just BS. They just they take advantage of lonely people. Now, I'm not saying apps necessarily, but a lot of the apps are nothing more than hookups. Now, do you have an app?
I actually am talking to one of my buddies. He's a software engineer, and he's been talking about doing an app with me.
Okay.
And I think it'd be great.
Okay. Well, hold on. We'll have more questions. If anyone has any questions, you can give us a call. 303-713-TALK. Brian, what about a fire restoration? What's going on with you, sir?
Sir, how are you today?
I'm doing okay. What's happening?
Good. Good. You came highly referred after I posted some videos online about some fire restoration that never has taken place at my house. And I've been told in various messages and emails that, it's been done. And I crawled up in my attic over the weekend and found smoke damage insulation above my kid's bedroom.
Now, Brian, you got to back up a little. When did the fire happen?
Oh, sorry, June 10th of 2020.
Okay, and how did you find the restoration company?
Well, that's kind of funny. They were here kind of mopping up with the firefighters when the firefighters allowed us back to our house.
They're not supposed to be. So I don't even know how that happened. That's a hoodwink. They showed up, but that's like an ambulance chaser. They're not supposed to be doing that. Did the fire department call them?
I don't know. They literally followed my wife and I into the neighborhood.
Yep, that's bull. That's crappy. But from now on, anyone listening, go to referralist.com. Man, All Pro Restoration, we love them. We love good restoration companies. But Brian, so you got this restoration company. What's the name of it?
Statewide Restorations out of California. They have an office.
We could have told you doggone it. And I'm glad we came highly recommended, because they probably said you should have checked with us first. And I hope you become a fan after this and listen.
I will.
You'll learn a lot. Now, Statewide Restoration, I need to know some very basic information. Who's your insurance company?
Allstate.
Now, oh, God. Talk about bad decisions. Okay. Are they giving you any trouble?
Allstate isn't. Allstate's just writing the checks.
Good. Now, how much, this is a tricky question, how much total have you personally paid out of pocket to Statewide?
Zero.
Okay. How much has your insurance company paid them?
So the insurance company has paid them. Well, they paid Chase, and then Chase Mortgage released 60-some thousand.
How much?
61,000, I think is what it is.
Now, I need to know, even though you're angry, did you get $61,000 worth of work?
No, and I still have it. I still have a check for 31,000. I haven't released yet.
Okay, is that part of the is that part of the 61, or would it be added to the 61?
It's added to the 61.
Okay, so they paid 61. You have a check for 30. I want to ask a question about the company. If I ask the company, are they done? Do they consider the job done?
No.
Okay, what would the company say? Oh, yeah, we're almost done, or we have a lot to do, or whatever. What would they say?
We're finding stuff. Sorry, we go through management issues.
No, I know, but they consider themselves doing the job. They don't perceive any problems.
Yeah, they shoved sheetrock over burned insulation.
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about them. They consider themselves a good company doing a job, or did they confide in you? We're in over our heads. We don't want to do it anymore. We ran out of money. Or did they consider themselves outsmarting you?
I think they're trying to consider themselves outsmarting. They keep trying to send large crews.
Right. So what I'm getting at, they've never acknowledged a problem.
No.
Okay. So right now we have a company that hasn't acknowledged a problem, but you know there are problems. Now, did you ever bring all this up to them?
I did over the weekend. Yes.
Now, this is where it's going to be very interesting dealing with them, so you better hang on. I tried to hit the next event there, Shannon, but it's not working. So we'll come right back.
630 KHOW, Denver.
This report is sponsored.
Is that all right? I mean, Mark, can you do our credit, please? Thank you, sir.
30 or 60?
30. They're always 30s for this.
Highway Drive, I-25 looking good from Thornton and North Glen through downtown, traveling into the tech center. No delays on I-70 from Arvada all the way out to Penny Boulevard at this time. A minor blip of slowing westbound 270 either side of Vasquez, but nothing to write home about. 225's running smooth in Aurora, trouble-free on the Turnpike, and no delays on 470 in Highlands Ranch. Fox 30 pinpoint weather, a chance of snow on and off today with a high near 40. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 28. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Pull up to Church's today for bonus that's bringing it all. Bringing buttermilk marinated juiciness and all white meat deliciousness. Try our new Texas tenders and chicken sandwich with new smoky honey sauce for just $3.99. Church's bringing that down home clean of Hopper Valley at participating location.
So you want to give an estimate on something. It could be a pain in the butt to actually drive somewhere and get one. So Mitch Floria over at the Art of Granite came up with something that's incredible. You can take pictures of your existing kitchen or bathroom or bar area, wherever you want new countertops and new counters and new cabinets, and you can send them to him, and he'll give you a quote right over the phone. And guess what? That quote is going to be dead on. This guy is unbelievable. But if you've ever just wondered how much this stuff will cost, now it's easy to do. Give him a call right now, 303-386-5919. If you've been putting it off, it's time to do it. 303-386-5919.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you want excellence in roofing, Excel Roofing. They don't hand you a blank contract and expect you to sign over the entire insurance check. They want you to know exactly what's wrong with your roof. So they'll get up there and inspect it free of charge and without you signing anything. Then you'll know where you stand when the adjuster comes. And Excel can even help you negotiate with the adjuster if you need to. And when you do sign a contract with Excel Roofing, they don't even make you pay a penalty clause if you change your mind. That's because they're confident they can keep you happy. But remember, you don't pay a penny until you're happy. They don't do any of those tricks. What they do is they'll help you assess the damage on your roof free of charge and with no obligation. They'll write up a detailed contract. They will fight for you for that claim. They will help you through the claim. They will ask for not a dime until the entire job is done. That's the way it's done. 303-761-6400. 761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
If you drive, then you need Get Upside, the free gas app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Some months I make $200 to $300 with the Get Upside app. Download the free Get Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play to save up to 25 cents a gallon when you buy gas. Use promo code CASHBACK for a 25-cent a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents a gallon back on your next fill up. Cash out at any time. Just download the free Get Upside app and use promo code CASHBACK for up to 50 cents per gallon back. Promo code CASHBACK.
Hi, Dan Shapini with Dunright. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. Spring and home show season is the best time to get your new look going in your home. Unfortunately, nearly every home show in the state at this time of year.
Stuff. Yeah. So it really, I was hoping I could get you on for the call, and we'll talk in general how fire restoration works, if that's okay with you. And you can listen into this gentleman's concerns and chime in with your thoughts if you have them. Does that work for you?
Gladly. You know what? Jesus.
We started the call. We're on break now, so I would get you in queue, and we're going to come back to him here in a minute.
The Viral Institute, okay?
If you're available. If you're not, it's no pressure.
It happened to start there, but it was a fucking bad.
Okay.
And not their lab. Right. Come on.
No, that's okay. Well, listen, if we need to,
I don't know
what I'll do is circle back with you and line it up. Otherwise, I will save your number for future. What's your expertise, Andrew? Restoration, like fire, smoke,
and no
water?
death. No way. I mean, why do people fucking believe that bullshit? I'm sorry.
The toilet backs up there and you have 1,000 deaths.
Interesting. Would you have a referral for one if we needed it?
Now, who the hell?
And what, they would call them an industrial hygienist and they would come and inspect the work? Is that kind of their job?
Before they took her off. Which is fine. I've never liked Indians because I think if you want to get all weepy and shit, you should have built ships and come and kill them.
Really? Man, can you shoot me his contact info when you get a moment for a referral for that?
No, they had home birth.
Yeah, okay, I'd appreciate that. We might try to use him on the show and get his name out there too, if he'd be willing to listen in or something. So yeah, I would love that if you could send that over for me. Perfect.
When I took my DNA test, I thought I was going to end up being Indian or something else, but thankfully I missed that.
And then he said, personally, I would recommend an industrial hygienist. You ever even heard of one?
Yeah, but he's misunderstanding. I mean, I know because of mold and shit, but
apparently they do it for smoke, everything.
yeah,
a crime scene.
But she's overthinking this. I think the people just
This
know
guy
about
could
shit
come
that
on.
they couldn't see.
3008.
Nothing like an industrial hygienist.
Wow. He's going to get all up in there with a power washer.
So one of Daphne's new clients, called Triple C Restoration, first 3 or 4 weeks I was back, I had him on the show. I think it was right after Super Bowl weekend. It was some sort of event that weekend, Shannon. Troubleshooter show. Oh, they hung up. Anyway. So, they're a restoration company in the Springs. These guys are complaining about someone in the Springs.
Dave Grohl, and investigative reporter Ronan Farah.
You know, people are tired of CNN. They're bleeding watchers because
I told you all that.
and I'm going to make a prediction that they're going to have to change. Shut up. What? Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors, my choice, yours too. Really.
Need garage door work. They've worked on my home at least 7 or 8 times. I have new doors, new openers I bought from them. Inspections they do for $80, inside and out, up and down, adjusting, lubricating. Don't take it lightly. Garage doors need service every now and then, and OneClearChoiceDoors.com can help you, even with emergencies 24/7. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All right, we have a number of things going on. If you have any questions for our Pikes Peak dating service, it's really a unique way of running it. They have events. They don't require a membership. You simply join and come to events or not. And then
like mixers.
I like it. I like the idea. And then we'll talk about that in a minute, but I need to get some people who've been waiting a while, and then Deputy Smarty has some stuff. So this fire restoration issue is major. Brian, listen, here's the deal. You had a fire, And this company you found, they were there at the scene. I call them ambulance chasers, but fire truck watchers or whatever the hell it is. They shouldn't have been there cleaning up for you, and that made it look like they were already there, and then you hire them. And anyway, that's water under the bridge. You already hired them, and you say your insurance company paid them around $60, and another $30 you have in your hands, a check you don't want to give to them. And Brian, here's your accusation, that they covered up a lot of stuff and that they did not do a good job. But I want to ask you something. If I walked in, would I know that? Is it cosmetically okay, but you're pissed off because you found they cut corners behind the scenes?
Oh, no, it's not cosmetically okay.
Oh, so it even looks bad.
Yeah, I sent Susan numerous pictures.
All right, we're going to look at them. Okay. Suzanne, you sent them to me, right?
I thought I did, but maybe not, Tom. I will now.
Okay, so here's what I want to know then. You feel like you got no value, like it has to be completely redone?
Well, I think it needs. The house was less than 3 years old at the time of the fire.
Oh, okay. Now, here's the problem. Did you hire a public adjuster at the time? You should have. If you didn't, that's one of the first things you do with a major loss.
No,
okay.
I've never been through anything like this. This is the first claim I've ever had with my insurance company.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of people do it on their own. They don't know better. And because public adjusters not only help you with your insurance company, but they help you from getting ripped off from contractors and stuff like that.
Did you hire a GM or a GC?
They're doing, as I understand it, they're doing not only the cleanup, but the restoration. They're actually rebuilding the whole thing, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, these pictures don't really show a lot. I mean, I see some minor. Oh, this was a brand new built home or newly built home?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
3 years old.
All right, listen. We need to get a set of eyes on this. Did you hire an expert?
No, that's why I'm calling and talking to you guys.
Yeah, we need to do that. Suzanne, do we have an expert that wants to come on about this, or that we really need an inspection more than anything? But I want to know the biggest problems. First, you said they covered up burnt wood.
Correct.
What do you mean? Where's the burnt wood?
So there's, of course, fire, smoke travels throughout the house.
Right.
I've got smoke damaged wood behind sheetrock that has insulation behind it that was never pulled off the wall, never exposed. So wires are melted behind it. Wires in the garage were melted. They didn't work. So now they had to tear walls out in the garage. And of course, when they tore these walls out to get to the melted
I get it. Without going into minute detail, they did a half-assed job. Do you think they covered up anything wet?
Well, I don't know. They put a roof on without a roof inspection. They put a whole new shingled roof on without a roofing inspection through regional. So, I mean, they'll do anything at this point. I don't know what they've
So they're handling everything, this company.
They are. I tried to be here as much as possible.
Okay, and give me the name again. I'm sorry, I don't know where the hell my notes went. Hold on. Oh, I might have it here.
I went through
statewide.
Yeah, it's statewide. Never mind. Sorry.
I went through these pictures, though. Some of these pictures are
I know they don't show anything.
They don't show anything.
Your pictures aren't really good. You don't try to prove your case with those pictures. Really, so many people do that. They take shots that are not in perspective. You can't tell what you're looking at and how closely or what it's about. So it doesn't matter. Here are the rules. Here are the steps, in my opinion. And I have some bad news for you. Here's the bad news first. The bad news is the money that insurance company paid, they're not going to pay it again. They're not. If you hired a bad contractor, which you did, and you got taken advantage of, the insurance company's job is over. It's your fault. And you're going to have to make up for it. And you're going to have to go after them to make up for it. But it sounds like they're a bunch of clowns, except they're big, so they may have enough money to pay you. But the very first thing I would do, the very first thing, without even thinking about it, is a public adjuster, period. And a public adjuster works for you. They take a percentage. Now, they're not going to take any percentage of anything you've already gotten or settled with, whatever it is. But anything more in addition they find, they will have, it's a small percentage, I don't know, 10 or 15%, depending on the adjuster. It's not a big deal. It really isn't, because you will never, let's put it this way, you will never do as well on your own. They're going to go through this place and find out, here's what I want them to find out, damages that were never claimed, and also additional damages that were claimed, and then stuff the contractors did wrong. And they're the only ones uniquely qualified to do this. And if it has to be redone, here's going to be the problem. You're going to get more money because the public adjuster is going to find you more money in your claim. But you're going to have to eat what already was done wrong. That's the problem. And when you have to go eat what was done wrong, you're going to have to go after the company. And for that, I would give you either Deputy Doc or Deputy Smarty Pants or Deputy Dan, maybe Deputy Dan on this one because of the construction nature, and have them really beat up on this statewide restoration to see if they'll step up if we prove they did a bad job. If they covered up crap like you said, that's fraud.
How much is the total claim so far?
No, he already told us. He has 60 grand paid out, 30 in his pocket. He won't pay them yet.
What started the fire?
Something on the side of the house in the middle of the night, and the trash can went up.
Oh, my God. Okay, listen. Yeah. Hold on. What we're going to do is give you a couple references for your public adjusters. That's where we start. That's the only thing we can do. There's no magic here. We got to start somewhere. Smarty Marty, you have some updates. Okay. What do you have going on?
Hello, Tom.
Hey. We already had one successful update today. That was great. Right. What else you got going on?
Yeah, by the way, I was so happy helping her.
Yeah, with the hearing aids. What a lovely lady.
Yeah, I sent you a private email. Why?
Okay.
But, so we have several more here. Some were not as successful, so I'll go pretty quick here. A woman named Vic versus Gonda Auto Sales, where she wanted a buyback for her car.
Yes.
Last week?
Yes.
Okay. So we came to a resolution. I talked with the owner, and we came to a number that both parties were happy with.
But Gonda sounded like a ripoff to us, like they were doing us, that was truly fraudulent in our opinion.
Yeah, but you know what? He was in the power of strength, I think. Whenever I take a case, I always look at who's in the power of strength.
Now, why do you think he was in a position of strength?
Well, because he had the money.
I get it. Yeah.
You know, he.
So what kind of negotiation? He basically sold her a car without her knowing. Well, she didn't know the extent, and he did not disclose a lot of stuff according to SOS inspection. So what kind of settlement?
Well, he was going to buy it back with a $2,500 penalty plus mileage penalty. She did not like that. She wanted $1,500 total. So he negotiated he said he'll accept $2,000 total, and she agreed to that.
Okay.
There was a stipulation though, which I agreed with him, that the car condition has to be exactly as it was. In other words, it can't be worse.
Right.
Since her last inspection, which was fair.
Mm-hmm.
And they agreed on a certain Subaru dealer. And as of right now, I don't know what happened, but as long as that the inspection was the same,
right,
then he would give the refund.
Okay. Now we have to take a break right now. We can't keep. We'll come back for your other updates as well as talking to Pike Speak Dating after this.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then
I got it. I'm doing in-house stuff because he was my client last year, and I want to keep it that way. I've already emailed him back, just so you know. Okay, well, I'll tell her that it's not that he did not realize I had some in-house, so I can help them. Because all I dealt with was endorsement stuff. No, it's you charge for that. Oh, no, you can handle the whole thing. Well, I'm thinking Susan sells his spot. I know, but I'm thinking she put in there she's already reached out to KRDO and already reached out to Susan. Well, my fee is easy, but how long do they want to do it? It's always so it's going to be May, June, July, August. But she's wanting half of August. Did you see my response already? No, I didn't see it. Just look at it. You should already have it. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, they only come on the referral list only during that time. It's insane. I sent Plumline probably 5 fucking fans because they sell the exact same thing. Oh, 888 Heating is yours. I'm sorry. Okay, you're right.
All right, great pricing, great people, great warranties. Been on the referral list for a long time. If you're looking for a home service company, these guys give you the options. What do I mean by that? They'll come out, they'll actually give you a real price to repair something. They're not going to tell you, oh, that furnace is 10 years old, you got to buy a new one. The guys at 888eating.com will actually give you a great price to repair your furnace, and if you do want a new one, they'll give you that option as well, and they'll give you a great deal. Furnaces starting at less than $50 a month. 888heating.com.
Okay. And I know the guy pretty well. He's been dealing with a lot of fire damage from last summer's fires. So he's on it. So let's start. He is in the Springs. That's where he lives. I just know that. But he goes all over the state, just so you know. How about let me email it, and then I'm going to tell him, I'm going to email you his info. I'm going to give him a heads up that you're going to be calling him. And I'm also going to let him know if he thinks there's something crazy egregious with your current contractor to let us know, and that will give us more weight to talk to those guys. Okay? So let's start.
The kid and his dad, I got no reply back. I said, I've gotten 4 of these, and I actually sent them some screenshots of people going, hey, where can I get one of those fans now? And I said, but you guys aren't on. I don't even know what to tell them, so I sent them the plumb line.
Then you could ever do on your own.
Well, I don't know what else to do. And then I tried to call the number and no one answered. So then I started thinking, maybe they, honest to God, maybe they go to Arizona for the winter.
Mark, in the last 2, utilizing the last 2 cycles, they've done trades. They've never paid me.
Yeah, I know. Suzanne and I were just laughing. How much?
One at your house?
No, she put. How much are we going to have to pay him this year?
No, I never paid him.
I know.
But hold on a sec. So you don't have one. You don't care about them. They look great.
I don't know. How would we even work
I don't know.
that?
That's what I'm thinking. I was thinking.
First of all,
we work it out some way, but in the future maybe. But I don't know, Mark. It's just I'm not going to offer that because they'll you know.
No, are you kidding? They buy in the second.
But they're cheapskates, man. Holy shit, are they cheapskates? But no, they're not really. They actually do put a lot of money into marketing for that short time. They actually do, and they pay their bills. So.
No, we're just not used to someone that's so seasonal. But you know what? No one's going to buy that fucking thing in December. It's just not going to happen. So I kind of see that. But it's kind of strange. I literally got, you know, without exaggerating, probably 5 in the times they were closed, or, you know, the times they weren't there or working, whatever. What's the average one cost? $3,000, $4,000? What is your deal?
22. That's fucking cheap.
If people don't have if there's no if it's just a ranch house with no basement, is it fucking impossible?
Yeah, you're not gonna get money. I don't think you would do it. I mean, unless you have some cool rooms,
something,
or a crawl space. No, I don't see where that would work.
720-0086. 720-573-0086. That's 720-573-0086.
It's such a beautiful night. Look at the stars.
They're amazing. Did you know 20% of stars have planets?
Mark, I want to get a stem cell place, man.
How did you know?
I was supposed to meet with one, and a meeting got canceled.
Blinkist?
And they had, I was going to meet in the Springs, because the owner was down there, but they had 3 up here and 1 down there. But you know what I was afraid of?
What's that?
I don't know what they were all about. I don't know what I was walking into.
In other words, I'm not saying you can't make it. Good day.
Looks like a beautiful mind, the 4-hour work week, economics, and safety nets. Blinkist makes it easy to learn about pretty much anything.
Like the stars?
Even the stars. Right now, radio listeners get 25% off, plus 1 free week when you go to Blinkist.com/grow. To get this special offer, go to Blinkist.com/grow. That's BLINKIST.com/GROW.
If you are looking for an affordable vehicle or you just want to trade your car in, make sure you check out the Sharpest Rides in Inglewood. Their lot is full of cars, SUVs, trucks, luxury rides, you name it. What you're looking for, you'll find at the Sharpest Rides. Whether you have good credit or bad credit, they're there for you. Check out the sharpest price in Inglewood today.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK,
255. So I want to get Smarty Pants here so we can get rid of him. No, you know what I mean. So he can go about his way, and then go back to our Pikes Peak dating, which is really, I don't even know if that's the right name for it, but it's a great idea, and we're going to talk to her more if she can hang on. And I want people, if they have any questions about dating, she probably knows a lot about that. And then William has an HOA issue. Whatever your issue, we will get to you. Smarty Marty, on Gonda, they negotiated a refund that's acceptable to the consumer, so that's fine with me.
Right.
And was it your feeling, just your gut, that they were trying to pull a fast one when they sold this car, or that it was just an oversight? What do you think?
Probably they pulled a fast one.
Okay.
I'm going to make a guess. But again, considering they had her money, I had to approach it a different way.
Okay.
So listen, nobody likes to be called you're a thief, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to win friends that way.
So what's next on your update list?
So let's go quick. Lucas versus the cruise line, where Norwegian Cruise.
Okay, here. Let me explain this to our public here, our people. What happened was, he postponed it the first time and took the credit because they said they was postponing, and he figured, okay, fine. So during COVID, they postponed it to this year, and then they canceled it a second time. He said, look, I was willing to reschedule once, but I'm not going to reschedule again. Right. I want my money back. Whereas they said, no, you opted for the credit, once a credit, always a credit. And he said, no, I opted for rescheduling one time, and you canceled. So I want my money. So what did you do?
So Tom, I had a feeling, because I had a case like this last summer. I don't know if you remember, with Oceana Cruise Line.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. So I learned a lot about that industry.
Yes.
My aunt is a travel agent. So the bottom line is this: with the cruise industry as a whole, you can only get your money back the first cancellation, but they won't tell you that. So I advise.
Yeah, but who says that?
All your listeners. That's just, it says it in writing. They have it in small print.
Okay.
And it's there. And the person I spoke with for Norwegian, who happens to work, her work is near my old house here in Florida, and we know some of the same people.
Okay, so she let her hair down. So what basically are they gonna relent at all?
No, this is the policy. It's all written. It's there. It's solid. I had a feeling that's what it would be, because that's just what it is. So you need to advise your listeners, if they're going to cancel and they want, or if they get canceled, they can only get their money back the first cancellation.
What I'd like to know is, though, how does he feel about it?
I didn't speak to Lucas. I told him what happened through email, and I haven't had a chance to speak otherwise, so I expressed what happened, and I haven't heard back. So,
okay, he's going to, the guy said he has aging.
I tell you what I did know. I told him to go to his credit card, because he did pay by credit card, and to dispute it on credit card.
Good.
Send in all the documents that he sent to me, and also, if he's been with the credit card a long, long time, ask them to consider his longevity with them.
Yeah, so
that's worked with me.
Do you have any other follows?
Oh yeah, I have Joy. She had a rental community, that a noisy neighbor.
Oh my God, that one! Wait, that was a major problem. She said at 2 or 3 in the morning, this guy was loud and boisterous. Oh, no, wait, didn't she also? No, that's what it was.
We've had a few of those.
Yeah, I'm confusing, because there's another one with the tobacco. She just wanted out release,
Tom. Like, let me leave early from last week.
That's right. That was the other one. I was confusing it. Yeah, she just wanted out early. She's going to be out anyway. Can they let her out early and get her deposit back? What did they say?
Well, yes, management is going to work with her. I called Joy and asked her. I always give them choices. I said, Joy, if I can't get you out of the lease, what's your second option?
Right.
Wonder if they just want to relocate you to a different unit.
Yeah,
and
cool.
She liked that. She liked that option.
Great idea. Great idea.
So management did reach out to her, and from what I understand, they're willing to work with her. They asked her, "What do you want us to do?" And she said, "I want another apartment."
Good. That is a good one because she was planning on leaving, and now they get to keep her, but she doesn't have to put up with that neighbor. We hope the other neighbor she has.
Can I add something?
Well, you can in 10 seconds.
They indicated to Joy they just might get rid of the neighbor.
Oh, cool. Deputy Smarty Pants. If you have any more, you can hang on. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
How clean is your nose? Most airborne germs and allergens invade through the nose, your body's air filter. It's first line of defense. You wash your hands and brush your teeth, but what about your nose? Did you know there's an easy way to keep your nose
clean and help your body protect itself? It's called Navage Nasal Care. Navage uses powered suction to clean your nose by flushing out pollen, mucus, bacteria, and viruses. Millions use Navage for fast, all-natural relief from sinus congestion and allergies, and to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and feel healthier without drugs. Navage is easy to use, affordable, and it comes with an absolute guarantee of satisfaction. And 50,000 independent online reviews averaging 4.7 stars show just how much people love their Navage. You wash your hands and brush your teeth every day. Now you can clean your nose and help protect your health with Navage. At Navage.com, CVS, Walgreens, Bed Bath & Beyond, Target, and Rite Aid. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Make good nasal hygiene your new normal with Navage. Clean nose, healthy life. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver.
I think the reason,
ABC News, I'm Amy
What?
Baker. Day 2 of testimony
What?
in the trial of former
I think
Chauvin charged with
somebody may have fucked up this contract thing between me and that company, and that's why I'm not getting it, if you know what I mean. She said, "Oh, I'm taking care of it," after I had already done it, and I think he's confused. I think.
like the one he saw.
I'm sorry, I cannot believe I don't understand.
Granite.
Oh, okay. I have no idea. You want me to just get it handled?
No, because I'm going to wait. I'm telling her. Have him submit it.
I talked to Susan yesterday.
Sign and submit.
Listen, I talked to Susan yesterday, and I said, just on that endorsement stuff, I'll get it for you, Susan. I said, don't even worry about it. You'll still, if you sold it, you can still get whatever, the commissions and stuff, but just let me get the paperwork done. So we had a good conversation about that. It gets too confusing. They start thinking they're signing 10 fucking contracts, you follow? Yeah.
A wildfire emergency in South Dakota's Black Hills. Authorities say 3 separate fires have forced Mount Rushmore National Memorial Park to close and at least 400 homes northwest of Rapid City to be evacuated. Fire officials say one fire has burned more than 1.5 square miles, a second one scorching 100 acres, and a third some 20 acres. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem overseeing the emergency response.
There has been losses, and that is tragic for the...
It's pushed back to 72. The minimum distribution.
ABC News.
Today marks 40 years of the assassination attempt on President Ronald Reagan.
What was it?
Women were also hitting the attack most severely, Jim Brady, who went on to lobby for mandatory background checks for handguns.
It was 70, it's 72 now.
Oh, it went up.
So your dad, well, that's what we want, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm shocked the government gave you 2 more
Well,
years.
that's probably the one that was probably in the trunk.
When you talk to a Dell Technologies advisor,
So Howard, you heard me talking to him on the phone. So what the rest of the story on that is Howard met a gal on Craigslist and is getting ready to move her in this week.
Sweet. Crazy. He's insane.
She thought he was either from or lived in Hawaii, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think Howard.
God, he's plus.
Wait a minute, wait.
20 plus.
Wait. Has he been out with her?
Established routines they trust.
Tommy,
Wait. You just told me.
She just said he met a girl on Craigslist, and she says, "Look, Howard, I wouldn't, be moving anyone in." And he says, "Well, I'm going to be moving her in this week."
Wait a minute. Does he know her? Did he get to know her?
Tommy,
Let's just call him. Not on the air.
No.
well, this is a Tom Mark. That's a Tom Mark.
Ask Howard if he would talk. Ask him if he would talk on the air. On the air about what he did, so other people can know, and then I'll ask questions.
I don't think he will.
How do you know?
It'd be good
Did he
radio.
say he wouldn't?
It'd be good radio.
Tell him, look, Howard, a lot of people are interested. We always get questions about follow-ups. We do. So just ask him. Say, look, we always get questions, so why don't you come on and give an update? You came on when you first did it. It's logical you come on with an update.
So what if he doesn't, are you going to ask him about the move-in Craigslist?
I'm going to ask him, Howard.
Yes.
Yes.
I was just going to say,
We're
Tom
gonna
wants to
warn
talk
him.
to you about your current
Oh,
situation.
my God. Oh, my. First of all, how do you get Craigslist without a computer?
He's got a computer now.
Tell him we just want to get an update because he was on and people are wondering. Even if he's not interested in this, that's fine.
And if he won't come on, don't tell him this, but we're going to call him still.
All right.
Mark,
Listen,
no. He's the type that gets fucked over.
of course he is. Who knows what he put on Craigslist? He must have went to their personals.
I have money.
That's what I'm saying. Who knows what he put on there? It could be worse than getting ripped off. The fucking guy could be dead.
Sponsored by Rocket Mortgage.
From the Betfred Sports.
He doesn't know. He has no
Gets
clue.
underway. It's going fairly decent across town. Just one little slow spot westbound 270 either side of Vasquez. A bit
He doesn't-
go. Otherwise, you're
We don't even know if it was low.
metro area. No problem
We have
with
no idea.
I-25 through the heart of the city. I-70 looking good from Arvada, traveling all the way out to
Fucking
Burnt Boulevard.
Craigslist.
Then you Boulevard
Jesus
in and out,
Christ.
no delays there. 225 looking through the...
Generally, the kind of girls I would assume you pick up on Craigslist.
31 pinpoint weather. Going to be a chance of snow on and off today with a high of 40. Right now it's
Dang.
mostly cloudy. And 28.
Do you know there's a place called Millionaire Village?
Yeah, and that's a lot fucking safer than Craigslist. They probably at least run fucking background checks and shit.
Listen to this. Discreet married dating.
Oh,
Having an affair.
remember that company that got busted? Oh God, what was the name of it? It was those affairs. You could go have an affair.
Ashley Madison.
Ashley Madison, and they broke into
Why did I know that?
and they emailed like everybody. No, they fucking blackmailed them, remember? And then they released just everything. It was fucking crazy.
Ron and Jack Larson and their team of tax experts can help you emerge from this slow recovery with the best possible tax consequences. Way better than you can do on your own. The IRS has not forgiven...
Find seniors. Yeah, that's going to be a hot one.
The good news, Larson...
I guarantee he didn't click on that, though. You know that.
They guarantee you will be satisfied with the care and services provided. And they're headquartered right here in Colorado. Call now for a free consultation. 844-LARSON.
God, I'm a man looking for a man. I'm a man looking for a transgender. I'm a transgender looking for a transgender. I'm a transgender looking for a woman. I'm a man
It's Ross Kaminsky.
looking for a man.
All right,
Looking for, oh my God.
Blame the city that
There's every category you can get.
violating his constitutional
Every category.
rights. We'll talk about it Wednesday morning at
Is there some,
on 6:30 KI.
how do you put it, adult categories?
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK.
713-8255. Waterpros.net right now, they have the most inexpensive, best systems on the market for conditioning and filtering. That's all I can tell you. Waterpros.net. You won't go wrong. Now, let's talk. Did our dating person have to leave?
Yes, but we're going to call her back in a little bit.
Oh, okay, good, because I need to get her back on. William has a HOA issue. Smarty Marty has a couple more updates, and then we're taking your calls, people. We got a lot of time left. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. By the way, we had a lot of feedback yesterday when I asked about second shot. If you had your second shot and how it went, I had my second shot yesterday. Really nothing. My arm is a little sore, but nothing. And that was it.
Looks like your hair's falling out.
Well, that was done anyway, right? Hey, Mark, there was a dire message that Suzanne did not want to give to me. And she did. She said, I'm not going to hold it back. He was really morbid. He said, death, basically.
You talked to him?
No, not at all. I just saw what you wrote.
Oh,
Death is what he said, basically, is the reaction. Did this guy really believe that...
Oh, he's an
He just wanted to
anti-vaccinated.
warn
No.
you.
I know people have died. I don't know if they're... See, I have not been following it. Trust me. And I don't trust the government. I don't trust anyone, especially the government. But the thing that there are a lot of anti-vaccine people that are crazy. And then there are some that are very scientific. And then there are some that promote it. Here's what I will tell you. This vaccine has not been researched anywhere near any other vaccine ever because it was on an emergency approval and it wasn't tested on a lot of people. I get that. I can't even tell you why I did it other than maybe peer pressure or public pressure, maybe. I don't know. My wife doesn't want to get it.
Doesn't it take away your God gene?
Okay, remember that one?
God spot.
That their God spot's going to be affected, or other things. But here's something I really want to say seriously about this that really is troubling, and I wish people would take note of this. Now, when you have social media companies, yes, they're private companies, we get all that, but you have social media of all kinds. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all of them. And here's what bothers me. By the way, William, you are up next. Just hang on one second, William, because this bothers me. I can see where these social media places don't want hate and BS on their platforms. They don't. They don't want crazies on their website. However, when they start erasing medical professionals, professors, and other people who simply disagree about the vaccine, just disagree. They have made a policy across all platforms, that they will not allow any anti-vaccine discussions. They won't allow any tweets. They won't allow any Instagram. They won't allow any photos, any YouTubes, period. Even if they're sensible people who simply want to make an argument to the contrary, they will not allow it. Now, to me, that is scary in America. It's scary. I'm not saying that we should believe it. I'm not telling you what to believe. But you certainly should have the right, no matter where you go, to be able to see contrasting opinions. And it scares the hell out of me that big tech now decides what we can be exposed to. And I don't want to hear that crap anymore about, well, it's a private company. Because guess what? The FCC has a fairness doctrine that they impose on private companies every day. And it's just that legislation has not caught up with the internet. But the internet is every bit as ubiquitous as over-the-air signals. And there's got to be something that stops big tech from dictating who we are, what we believe, and what we're allowed to say. Because it is becoming a lot like Animal Farm and a lot like these crazy science fiction stories that we used to read about with Big Brother and all of that. It's very scary. There should be healthy discussion, and people should be allowed to post. Anyway, I went off on a tangent, but it's damn true. And anyone that doesn't see the wisdom in that, you're crazy. You're crazy. I'm talking about diversity of thought. I'm not talking about hate. I'm talking about diversity of thought. It goes far beyond hate right now. They're not stomping out hate. They're stomping out what they disagree with. Hey, William, what's happening? What's going on?
Yes. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, sir.
HOA.
What's going on with it?
I got a letter from them saying they had to put a roof on the units when I'm in.
Okay.
And they want to cut, and they say every unit had to pay $4,617.
You understand that this is in I would say most cases. I don't know this to be a fact, but probably all cases, it's legal to assess members for additional costs above and beyond insurance and other things if they don't have the money in the coffers. That it is not unheard of that an HOA will assess owners for not just roofs, but parking lots, swimming pool repairs, whatever. So how much you have to pay? $4,000?
They talking about $4,000. Yeah.
Okay, now listen.
$4,600.
I get it. Now listen, there are people who have coverage for this in their condo policy. When I lived in a condo, Compass Insurance Group had what they called assessment coverage. So if an assessment was made as a result of a covered insurance event, it would be covered by this insurance. So, do you have any kind of insurance?
Yeah, I have the insurance for my unit.
But that's what I mean. But hold on now, William. Sometimes those individual policies will extend to assessments. Sometimes. And you may have it. Do you know your agent? Is it an agent that is looking out for your best interests, or did you just get this generically online?
No. I got it through AAA.
Well, they're not very good, but AAA. Okay, so you went through AAA. Is that okay? And do you have an agent that you talk to regularly?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, so you need to call your insurance agent and ask them if you have special assessment coverage.
Yeah, but I like to run something else by you. I've been having trouble with the association. They last year they tried to overcharge me on the monthly fees. They did the same thing this year on the monthly fees, and I said, well, I'm gonna call Tom Martinez in Channel 7 on you, and they backtracked all of that, and they was overcharged me by.
All right. By the way, I was on Channel 4 and I was on Channel 31. I've never been on Channel 7, but no matter what, you got the point across. Tom Martino is going to find out about it. But listen, this assessment is not something they're just going to waive, William. It's possible you owe this money. Now, you understand what it's about, right? You know what a special assessment. I mean, doesn't it? It does sound legit. You don't think they're just doing it to you, right?
I'm not sure. I think they are.
No, I don't think. Okay, why don't you ask a neighbor if they've gotten a letter?
Well, I've been intending to do that, yeah.
William, I doubt they would send a letter just to you, just to get $4,000 from you, $4,600. I think they're probably doing a roof, and they need to cover the cost.
And AAA definitely has that as an option. You just got to find out if you have it, man, the special coverage.
Do me a favor, please, William.
Can I,
listen carefully, William, okay? I want you to call your agent as soon as you get off the phone, and if you can't get a hold of them, just remember this. You need to know if you have special assessment coverage on your condo policy. Please ask him that. Now, even if he says, he might just say no out of hand because some of them do that, but if he's a good agent, he won't do that. You can say, I'm talking about special assessment coverage for the roof. Now, here's the problem, I believe, with special assessment coverage that might mark. If it's not from a storm or a covered event, if it's just an old roof being replaced, I don't know,
because it's actually special. That's a great question for Compass, but it is
Let's call Compass and get
special assessment coverage.
Yes, it is. So, William, please do that. Now, Tim, you have a comment on this. Go ahead, Tim.
The type of insurance you guys are talking about is called HO6 insurance. It's very common. Usually, insurance companies actually when they purchase a home, make their clients purchase that type of insurance just to cover these types of special.
And you know what? You know why they do that? You know why they do that, Tim? Because they don't want to be in the position of having to collect the money and having a hard time collecting it. But, Tim, are you in the business?
I'm a real estate agent.
Okay. Do you know, and I think we're going to find out from Compass, but if it's simply a replacement of a roof because it's old, I'm not sure that special assessment coverage will cover it.
It does.
It does?
Anytime there's a special assessment based on an improvement to your home.
Really?
So, yeah.
Now, I didn't know that.
That's
That's good to find.
Well,
I want to double check.
But
that.
wait. So if they're doing, for example, an upgraded swimming pool, no luck?
I don't know. We're going to find out.
I want to fling, you know.
Ideal Home Loans, become the banker, about 25 seconds.
I mean a spicy Bloody Mary mix for the brunch I'm planning. I want to fling into spring a total wine with thousands of...
So the one thing I disagree with this guy is, I don't know, like I'd like to know out of 100 policies that Brian sells for condos, I mean, does he sell it in all of them, half of them, one of them? Because we get a lot of calls where they don't have any coverage.
Become the Banker is the name of an investment strategy where you overfund life insurance and then it grows tax-free. You can take it out tax-free too as a loan when you want to go to college or buy a car or do something else. Then you pay yourself back intentionally with a lot of interest so you can shelter more money. You do this through your life for a retirement fund at the end where you take it out and never pay tax on it. BecomeTheBanker.org. For more information, please find out more, or 303-779-6600. One of the biggest purchases, of course we've heard this, is a home, so it stands to reason one of the biggest loans you're going to have is with a home. So you want to make sure you have an Ideal Home Loan. And I mean that because these guys at Ideal do it for you to put you in a better position. First and foremost, they have the interest rate guarantee. So if rates go down, they refinance you, and that's it, free of charge. So you get a 2-year guarantee every time you close. They also have pick your own term, so you don't have to go back to 15 if you had a 15 or 30 if you had a 30. You can pick whatever term you want. And credit optimization is another unique thing they do. They tweak your credit legally, quickly, and ethically. Like maybe they have you pay down a balance on a credit card, just enough to get you into that better credit tier for better pricing. Find out more. That is IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000.
Hi, Dan Cicchini with Dunright. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. Spring and home show season is the best time to get your new look going in your home. Unfortunately, nearly every home show in the state for this time of year has been canceled. What about that, Todd?
Well, Dad, let's bring the home shows to them. Right in your home, we'll lay out our tried and true methods and products, actual cabinet style and color selections, our countertop options, all of the updated looks to get that shower replaced, and an awesome digitally interactive window and door design process.
And we'll bring the show savings right to you also. Folks, when you book your full project now for select install dates, you'll enjoy our traditional 8% home show savings.
Call and check us out. Whether it's a kitchen, bath, some counters or floors, or even replacement windows and doors, Dad?
As always, you have our word we'll treat you right at Dunright. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
This is the Dispatch Health House Call team.
Hi there.
They provide urgent medical care in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And now, you can request a medical house call with the touch of a button. Yep, it's that easy. The Dispatch Health team arrives at your door able to treat everything an urgent care can, and more. They come fully equipped with COVID-19 tests and can treat COVID-19 conditions in your home. They also treat a wide range of everyday issues, including respiratory infections like flu and pneumonia, migraines, dehydration, sprains, strains, and minor fractures. Plus, Dispatch Health is in-network with most health insurance plans, including Medicare and Medicare Advantage. So the next time you're sick or injured, stay home, stay safe, and let Dispatch Health come to you. Do you have questions about getting a house call during the COVID-19 pandemic, or want to sign up for your free account? Visit dispatchhealth.com. Again, that's dispatchhealth.com.
So many businesses are now catering to people shopping or researching online, and that means that if you're not working with Get Found Fast to maximize the efficacy and efficiency of your marketing budget and your online presence, you're probably falling behind your competition. Based right here in Denver, Get Found Fast has been helping people for 15 years, and unlike other companies, Get Found Fast does not require you to commit to a long-term contract. So when you're ready to get found fast, get started at getfoundfast.com. That's getfoundfast.com.
I think it's the same old thing. We work so well. They expect the same results. But you got to understand, too, he's getting ours basically at cost for the trade. So, I mean, it's zero deductible on my windshield. Mine's $50, but my average windshield's the one for our
You're noticing
Santa
sinking
Fe's.
concrete, interior floors, garage, patio? We can fix it. Call Advanced Mudjacking, 303-424-9441. Advanced Mudjacking at yahoo.com.
It's Colin Coward. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by Mercedes-AMG.
March Madness continues tonight with trips to the Final Four at stake, with Gonzaga, USC, and Michigan, UCLA on the men's side, and South Carolina, Texas, and Stanford, Louisville on the women's side. Austin Gomber gets the start for the Rockies' last Cactus League game of spring training today before they return to Denver to host the Dodgers on Thursday. And Broncos GM George Payton is attending quarterback Justin Fields' pro day today, while the team's Southeast scout is attending Mac Jones's pro day. I'm J.D. Haffron.
At Mercedes-AMG, giving 110% isn't just possible, it's mandatory. They squeeze every last drop of performance out of every last coupe, sedan, roadster, and SUV. Visit MBUSA.com/AMG. Mercedes-AMG, driving performance.
Denver's talk station wants to help double your stimulus check. Listen for the keyword to text and win another $1,400 every weekday. Double your stimulus. Sponsored by Box Elder Tax Relief on 630 KHOW.
Haven't filed taxes in years? Owe the IRS money? Box Elder Tax Relief.
All right, guys, back on about 10 seconds.
Programs to help you. Don't miss out. Call Box Elder Tax Relief or read our reviews online at boxeldertaxrelief.com. Again, that's boxeldertaxrelief.com.
Hey, is this ours or the original? Yeah. Oh. Okay. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, really, we were talking about special assessment coverage, and Jeremy is with us from Compass Insurance Group, our insurance experts, and home of the free insurance checkup. Hey, Jeremy, so almost everyone who has a condo is going to someday be slapped with a special assessment. There's a hailstorm, they got to do the roof, and their deductibles could be as much as $100,000 or more, and they may assess each unit. So I have some basic questions. Special assessment coverage, does it only apply for insurance casualty losses, or will it cover any special assessment?
No, it's only going to cover what the perils of the insurance policy. So if the HOA decides they want to build a new clubhouse and the unit owners get assessed for that, the insurance policy assessment coverage isn't going to cover that.
But
so
what if...
It's got to be a loss.
Okay, but what if it's an improvement to your home? For example, the roof on the condo units is wearing out, and they have to replace it, but there was no storm or casualty event. We had a real estate guy call up, very knowledgeable. He said, this is HO6 coverage, and it covers anything that would be deemed an assessment for either damage or home improvement.
No, it's going to follow just like a homeowner's policy. If you have a home and your roof is just worn out, but there's no storm, there's no peril like hail or wind, then the policy is not going to cover it. And the same concept would apply with an HO6 policy. There has to be a peril, wind.
That's what I thought. Otherwise, they would be opening themselves up. Here's what a condo HOA could do. Everybody get the policy, and they decide they want to improve, do a new paint job on everybody's condo, right?
Right. Yeah, it's not for improvements. There has to be a specific loss from a covered peril for the coverage to kick in.
Okay, and you sell a lot of these?
Yeah. I mean, it should be pretty standard at this point.
Okay.
To have loss assessment on an HO6.
Do they ever have deductibles for a loss assessment? So if you're assessed $4,000, you have to pay $1,000 of it?
Yeah, the deductible, for most companies, the deductible still applies. Some companies will have maybe a smaller deductible than what the standard deductible is. But at this point, most companies, it's just whatever your deductible is.
So, William, are you hearing this, William?
Yes.
So he's saying if you have an HO6 policy, you may be covered. But did they say why they're replacing the roof? Was it from a storm, or is it because the roof...
They said wind and hail damage.
Good. That's good. Because if it was just replacing it because it was old, your policy wouldn't cover it. Now, you got to make sure you have this coverage, okay? So you are going to call your agent, right?
Yeah, matter of fact, I might go down there because I need to go down there on another matter.
Good. And when you go down there, you say, I just got this assessment letter. I need to know if I have coverage for it because I can't afford it. And then he'll probably take care of it for you.
Hey, Jeremy, how many people out of 100 you guys sell these condo policies have that coverage?
I hope it's 100 because it's standard with us. We have to have.
I mean, does it add? Do you know? Is it in the base, or is it something you can add? And if so, does it add a lot? How much does it add to the premium?
Yeah, most companies it's in the base, but it's usually a smaller amount than they're going to need. So it might come standard with $1,000 in coverage, which for years that was enough because the HOA deductibles weren't that high. So that you might get a $800 loss assessment or whatever. But now we typically will increase those. A lot of it's not expensive to increase it. So you go from 1,000 even to 10,000, you might be talking $20 a year. I mean,
I'm hoping. I don't know, man. I'm hoping this guy's got enough coverage because he's looking at a $4,000 assessment. No, $4,600, which sounds like a lot. So, Jeremy, thank you very much. And that in general is called HO6.
HO6, correct.
So, are homeowners policies in categories of HOA? HO1, HO2, HO3.
It's not as simple as that. So a homeowner's policy is an HO3. A renter's policy is an HO4. There's an enhanced homeowner's policy that's an HO5, and then the condo policy is an HO6.
Okay.
So no real rhyme or reason to that.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, Compass Insurance Group. Remember, home of the free insurance checkup, 303-996-9000, 996-9000. Okay, now back to Smarty Marty right after this for his other updates, and then all of your calls. We have open lines, 303-713-TALK.
All right, Fuller and Simply in about a minute. Hey, were you guys able to understand that caller? Yeah, because he sounded just like my grandfather and my uncles. Like, he definitely has like a southern accent. He sounds like a lot of people in my family.
The road is closed between Public Road and Cold Creek Drive for Officer Talley's funeral. It will be closed for pretty much the rest of today. Back out on the Highway Drive, for the most part, the highway's in decent shape across town. Westbound 270 solid stop and go between Quebec and Vasquez. Off highway, watch out for crash at 8th and Sherman east of Lincoln. Another wreck at Arapahoe and Smoky Hill Road to watch out for. Big word of a wreck on Federal just north of Highway 36. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be a chance of showers throughout the day today. Snow showers, a high of 40. Right now, cloudy and 29. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Ready to buy a new home?
All right, gentlemen. Fuller Law Central Force. Come in about 10 seconds.
Check out the Rocket Mortgage Home Buyer's Guide for our...
You need your mortgage to fit your family and budget. Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage.
If you're in an accident that involves injuries, please, after you take care of, on the scene and all that, in a day or two, you gotta call John Fuller. Don't talk to your insurance company or the other company before you talk to an attorney. Seriously. And you can do that free of charge. Free legal advice when you need it the most from a personal injury attorney, John Fuller. On my referral list at referralist.com, FULLER, or call him, 303-597-4500. When you walk into a place and you see the floors, if they're ratty and old and dirty, it devalues the property instantly. But you can have new floors, and you can have them cheaper than going anywhere else, because Simply Floors, Inc. has dedicated themselves to doing lower cost floors with the same quality, the same brands, the same everything as the big boxes, simply less profit. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Their own appointment, SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Sorry for not putting that in the spot alert.
Together, we are the official companion podcast for the
Now, shit, I thought today was going to be a damn. Are we going to have more snow again?
Ever? Oh my God! 21 Democrats urge Biden. Listen to this.
No, don't piss me off. Okay.
To put reoccurring stimulus checks in extended unemployment again. Man, when someone gets a check every fucking month and doesn't work, eventually they're not going to work.
Wouldn't it be great to escape to your own condo?
This is fucking
your own log cabin in the mountains somewhere?
You know, don't they understand?
Capital gains and death tax with $1 million exemption.
That would kill us.
$1 million only.
If they fucking start taxing people's estates, oh my God.
Anything above $1 million. Can you imagine? You only get $1 million exemption.
Do you think that'll go through?
I don't fucking think so.
They have the.
I think most of them have $1 million. I know Warren does. She's the one touting it right here. I guarantee she's got it.
They don't care.
Or they just they vote themselves out of it, like they did the Affordable Care Act.
They sound like greedy for not liking it.
Well, you already paid tax on all that fucking money.
You already paid tax on it. You're right.
And some of it, you already paid tax on a lot of it, like multiple times.
Your body's air filter. It's first line of defense. You wash your hands and brush your teeth, but what about your nose? Did you know there's an easy way to keep your nose clean and help your body protect itself? It's called Navage Nasal Care. Navage uses powered suction to clean your nose by flushing out
sales taxes, property taxes,
and virus
taxes.
Companies use Navage for fast, all-natural.
How about the gasoline they were talking about now per mile? So instead of gasoline taxes, or along with our gasoline taxes, you also pay each year per mile you drove. So if you drove 5,000 miles, on top of all the gasoline taxes you already you pay another tax.
You want to know something else?
This is where the pensions protectors start hurting people.
Oh, once they go that hurts everybody. When Biden said, I'm not going to tax anybody under 400,000, that taxes every motherfucker with a car. Everybody. There's no one it doesn't tax. That's where they lie like fucking rugs. I'm not going to tax anybody. Well, maybe not directly, but you do. No, that is directly. It can't get more direct than that.
Tax and spend. Tax and spend. That's it. Recurring fucking stimulus checks. Come on.
That's the first I read of that. That's headline MSNBC.
Yeah,
or CNBC.
Listen to this, Mark. They want to do the guaranteed paycheck. That's what AOC has always had.
Yeah, the guaranteed minimum paycheck.
Whether you work or not.
I know. Everybody gets 20,000 or whatever the hell it happens to be.
Just 20,000 a year for nothing. For nothing.
But yet, if you do work, you don't get to 20,000.
Right.
I mean, how fucked up is that? So the ones out there creating jobs and doing stuff get jack shit.
You never hear about it, though, except that's the problem. We're snuffed out right now. You see, the opposing thought is not going to be heard. That's the danger.
It will swing back, though. There's no doubt.
Mark, if they don't,
we always
do what they're doing, Mark. But right now, they have for the first time, they're controlling. Do you know what CNN is, Mark?
I have no clue.
God damn you.
What is it? Ross must turn it. What's on there?
I don't know why he has fucking CNBC on it. Ask him what number.
He's not going to know. You know what channel CNN is on the TV?
Yeah, 38. Remember that.
We got it.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Smarty Marty, can you finish up some updates, sir? What else you got?
Yes, I have a couple more. By the way, Tom, when you introduced me today, you said we want to get rid of him. Was that a Freudian slip?
No. I meant you. I said, I know. And I said, you have things to do. You're in sunny Florida. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'll go bike riding soon. So this case is Joel Small versus Empire Floor. Where
that one.
Okay. Yeah. So,
but tell people what the problem was.
Okay. He had paid $25,000 for a floor in the mountain area that he felt wasn't appropriate. He feels Empire Floor should have warned him about the humidity problems.
That he needed humidity and it would have never worked there. By the way, I disagreed, but go ahead.
So I was talking to Empire Floor, actually the legal department. Even though I explained to the legal department I'm not a lawyer.
No, I understand.
Fine. So they're willing to speak with me, and I think I'm just as good as a lawyer on this anyway. But they explained their position, and I presented it to Joel, and Joel has to think what he wants to do.
What is their position?
Their position is that if they had known that Joel was not living there, it would have been a different story, but they made an assumption that most people will live in their unit, and I asked her, well, what is the difference does that make?
What is the difference?
Okay, that they'll be using their heat, and if you, by using their heat
and water,
would create the needed necessities for the floor.
Right.
So, I'm going back and forth with her, and it doesn't matter.
Where does it stand right now? Did they offer anything or not?
Well, Joel wants some money back. She claims he never asked her for that yet, and they're open to it.
Okay.
They're open to this, and I presented to Joel what he wants, and he's going to go get another opinion from another contractor as to what a floor would cost, so that he'll be more informed, and that way he'll know what to ask for.
Cool.
So that's a good idea.
All right. Now I got to get back to one of our people with the dating site. Do you have any more updates we have to come back to?
I do. I can do it another day. Why don't I call back another day?
All right, Marty, Smarty Marty, one of the best. Okay, now, Pikes Peak Dating is unique in that you don't really go on and get match made, I don't think. They have events. You show up. They're mixers. You show up, and they have different events. You pay for the event online, and you show up. It's not a big... I love that. No high pressure. So, Tanya, have you been successful at getting people to these events?
Most definitely. And with the pandemic hitting, it's growing more than ever because there's so many people bored or on unemployment. So I took the audacity to ask for volunteers, those that are either, working few hours or on unemployment that kind of want to help me re-promote, since we all know all local businesses or all businesses, went through a drop and a struggle, especially since the pandemic.
Yeah.
So I took the opportunity to ask for volunteers online, and it's hot on cake. So
when's your next event?
It's in the works right now. I'm waiting. So if anyone wants to reach out as
now, are these all in the Springs area?
I worked with some people on the radio in Castle Rock for a while, but I don't think they're doing their radio station anymore. Can't remember what radio station it was.
But you're doing...
But it was in the...
But you're not doing it in the Denver area.
I'd be happy to.
Oh, okay. But right now, if they go to Pikes Peak Dating, if they go to your website, they're going to see events only in... What? I can't hear you. You no website?
She's got a Facebook page.
Oh, Facebook page. So you don't have a website yet. You have a Facebook page. So why did you start this?
I'm going to do a shout-out to Sheila Dunley. She was doing it more than a few years ago, and she stopped doing it. And I was like, why'd you stop doing it?
Oh, I see.
It's such a good thing. So she went ahead and let me, kind of run it. And I've just been kind of doing it the past almost around 4 years, more than 4 years. And
now
it's been growing and growing.
Okay, so are you yourself married, or do you go to these mixers as a single?
I am definitely single and dating. And
Is that why you were? Is that kind of why you were interested in Pikes Peak dating to begin with?
Yes and no. It was more so I feel like people need to learn how to communicate face to face. Get off their phone. Get off their laptop.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Because I went to college and I got my degree in journalism and mass communication.
Yeah.
So, you know, I took some public speaking classes and it helped me improve myself. And,
no, it's definitely a good idea for people. It gives them the skills because people lack skills. I know what you're saying. A lot of people cannot communicate, and actually, or they can communicate better in person than they can writing. You could judge someone by their writing and be so wrong about them because, and I had a friend, and I remember this vividly. He would write, he was on a dating site or two, and he wrote these letters that if I saw them, I'd say, my God, who would come near you? I mean, they just, you know, but it wasn't him. And it's, a lot of people don't put a lot of stock in writing, especially now, but I think meeting in person does help. I think that's a great idea. So you just...
Indeed.
Go ahead.
Definitely, indeed. And I've met some amazing people through it, and I have people reaching out to me now because, you know, me as a business owner, I need help too. We all do.
Yeah.
You know, especially during the pandemic.
So really what you're looking for right now is people that want to team up with you if they own a bar or some kind of venue so you guys can put on a mixer.
Yeah. You want to put on a venue. Okay. So you're looking to put people on the you're taking on volunteers or places, venues, and you're willing to publicize them, of course, on Pikes Peak Dating. And do you have a lot of people that visit your Facebook page for these events?
Yes, especially before and after during the pandemic. It's
how many people show up? When was your last event?
You know, we actually did. I actually collaborated with another event business owner, and we did a camping type DJ festival over in Woodland Park and out east, and we had maybe 150 to 200.
Wow. So this was pre-pandemic, right?
Well, it was the beginning of the pandemic.
Okay.
And we were worried because it was one of the events was during, you know, the curfew. We had a curfew. You remember when we had a curfew at 10 p.m.?
Yeah.
But I guess riots were going on in, you know, Colorado Springs, so we weren't bugged, you know.
Now, what about people that have met? Do you know people that have met and gotten married as a result of your events?
I do not, but I have people that are still in contact and still talk to each other, and I still talk to them.
All right.
Tom, it's got to be so hard for young people right now trying to meet somebody when noth's open during the pandemic.
Yeah.
I feel bad.
Or when you do meet them, you know, are they a bucket of germs? I mean, that's a bad way of putting it. But Tanya,
but at least you could do face to face instead of looking online at somebody's picture and not knowing if it's doctored up or whatever. Tom,
you're right. Facebook.com and then Pikes Peak Dating. Look for it, and their number is 719-629-7506. If you have questions, give us a call. Or if you have a problem, question, complaint of any kind, of course, call us 303-713-TALK. We're here to solve problems, to answer questions, and to take complaints. More coming up.
Rocket Mortgage.
She seems to have very little business going on. Yeah, she sounds like she took it over from her friend. She's trying to figure out, but what's good about it is she's not shy. She's not, it's good. She's not one of these fast-talking people that want to rip people off. I like it. Actually, that tells me something.
Off highway, watch out for a crash at 8th and Sherman east of Lincoln. Crash southbound Federal approaching Highway 36 being cleared. And a crash in the cleanup status at Arapahoe and Smoky Hill as well. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be a chance of showers throughout the day today with a high of 40. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 29. With more impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
When you're ready to buy a new home,
There you go. That's in seconds. I want to thank her.
need a lender who can help you understand all your mortgage options, get personalized loan options, closing costs, and tax estimates, all in real time. Rocket can.
Colorado Pain Care is dedicated to getting people their lives back, basically, and to get you out of pain. How do they do it? There are so many numerous modalities they have in treatments, high tech, but they're all evidence-based. They take insurance. It's the real deal. Local MDs that have assembled for one reason, to work with people and their healthcare providers to get them out of pain and keep them out of pain, including world-class physical therapy. In fact, you'd go to physical therapy first. You don't need a referral. And then if they see anything, they can refer you to the clinic. Here's where it all starts. 303-GOT-PAIN, or shall I say, this is where it all ends as far as your pain. 303-GOT-PAIN, ColoradoPainCare.com. Equity is at all-time high right now. That's good if you have equity. Some people have houses that are paid off or small loans. You can get a reverse loan. One of our preferred lenders for reverse loans, Approval Reverse Mortgage. I know Joan Sullivan personally, and I know she loves doing what she does to help seniors have an easier life by tapping into their equity, tax-free income when they need it, and they don't ever have to worry about paying it back or losing their home. 303-771-3528, ApprovalReverse.com.
Now, use the power of radio advertising to connect with customers around the corner and across the U.S. Introducing iHeart Ad Builder Nationwide, a new way to advertise your product or service from coast to coast. It's the ideal way to grow your company from a local web-based business into a company with customers all over the country. Use iHeart Ad Builder Nationwide to create your own custom radio ad quickly and cost-effectively. Just click, listen, approve, then
How long has he known her? Do you know?
Please hold on a minute. We'll be right
back. Okay. I think Tom is going to just call him in general and have a chit chat with him, make sure he's doing okay. Okay, Tanya, I must go. I've got a couple calls to field, and I will be back in touch. You have a good day. Bye-bye. Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Oh, this is Richard. Hang on, Richard. Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Richard, you want to get the word out? You're looking for a lovely young lady who doesn't cuss, drink, or smoke? Hang on a minute, man.
Most of us love to make buying decisions based on referrals from others. We built our company on the compliments and referrals of our great customers. Hi, this is Jerry from We Man Lawn Care. We have a staff dirt management PhD, and thus the best trained techs in the Denver area.
Troubleshooter Show, please hold a minute. We'll be right with you.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? I'm sorry, did you say Lewis? Lewis, in a sentence or less, what would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today?
Their service people are very knowledgeable. We couldn't be happier. Go to WeManUSA.com today for a free, no obligation quote. WeMan is recommended by landscapers, golf course supervisors,
okay.
and people like
hang on a minute, Lewis.
I'm 7 years old, and I've had a lot of lawn services, and you are the best. I just love you guys. Thanks, Pete. That's quite a compliment. Go to WeManUSA.com for a free quote. Lawn care companies are not all alike. Go to WeManUSA.com today. Hello, Fred Patton here. Hello, it was really exciting. You know why? Because the price is still extremely attractive compared to gold. So, I called my friend at Swiss America to get the scoop on whether this silver opportunity is for real. What I discovered blew my mind. For example, today, silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by solar, electric, military, and computers. It's all covered in a new silver report from Swiss America, which explains why silver prices cannot stay at this level for very long. And get this report explains how to use a historic gold to silver ratio strategy to grow your holdings, even if precious metal prices stay. Call 800-289-2646, 800-289-2646. Get a free copy of the silver report now.
800-289-2646. 800-289-2646. I grew up around vets and hunting. I take having a firearm seriously for both sport and to protect my family. That's why every night when I'm putting the kids to bed, I also make sure any firearms that may have
Are you calling trash company or are you going to wait?
I did call it 5 times. No one's answering there.
The trash company only lasts so long.
Or you mean at your place?
Yeah, then they go to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, that's the way it is. It's me.
Especially if you don't want to pay. I mean, Mark is Mr. Cheapo. He doesn't want to pay the waste management.
I'm not fucking recycling.
Oh, you have to recycle with them?
Yeah, they're pricks. I refuse to recycle. I throw plastic bottles in my backyard. What else is the ocean for? If it's not for plastic bottles.
The IRS has new COVID tax relief.
I'm sorry, bro. Did you say something?
Yeah, you're back in about 5 seconds now.
Like at BoxElderTaxRelief.com. Again, that's BoxElderTaxRelief.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
Harris Family Law. Good people. Harris Family Law. They do early neutral assessments, meaning if you're thinking about a divorce, you can quietly and confidentially consult with them, and they go through the entire process virtually, like what it would look like, what you have to dish out. Seriously, if you have a lot or what you get to share. And they look at it realistically. Listen, they're not interested in raising the temperature and taking advantage of anger. They will provide you stability during a very troubling time. These are great people. HarrisFamilyLaw.com, started by Rich and Lisa Harris and their entire team. Guidance, wisdom, strength, they love to say, and peace of mind. This early neutral assessment is wonderful. And they have free webinars on Wednesdays. 303-622-3716. 303-622-3716. HarrisFamilyLaw.com. I wish that people went through early neutral assessment for everything they do. Like you're buying a house. You're looking to retirement. You're looking to a job change. You're looking for anything. Move to another city, country, state, where you can sit down with an expert and they can lay out to you all of your options and what it will look like. So many people do fire, ready, aim. And they don't really look at what they're doing or why they're doing it. The first goal, the first thing to all success is the goal. First. That's it. First, have the goal in mind, right? Everyone knows that, right? How many people don't do that? Like even going out to shop for a car. They don't have the goal. They don't know exactly what they want and anything about it. They have to have things in mind. Okay, Richard, I'll stop the preaching. 303-713-TALK. How can we help you, Richard?
Oh, well, I was talking to Suzanne there. Yeah, I had a comment earlier. The person that went to Empire Today, I guess, for flooring.
Yes.
That was a mistake. We never hear anything good about them.
Well, we do have a lot. No, we really do have a lot of complaints about them.
They're just lead chasers anyway. They don't have installers.
That's what Mark said.
Else.
That's what Mark said. He said they just aggregate leads.
They're like Frank Azar is to lawyers.
Well, Frank does have some of the cases in-house, but you're right. Now that was started, that lead aggregation is very popular now for a lot of things. But back in the day, there was a personal injury firm called Norton Fricke. And these people, they wrote the book on generating leads. Anyway, listen, Richard, I don't want to run out of time, but I'll continue if we do. What's going on with you? What's happening?
Not a lot. I mean, they're talking about a hardwood floor in the mountains. The fact that you live there with the heater running probably makes it worse. And a reputable flooring like, your guy in Wheat Ridge there.
Yeah, Simply Floors.
If you want to go real wood, you better have a whole home humidifier.
I thought you were looking for a date, Richard.
Hey, Tom picked me up anyway.
Hey,
Suzanne.
Richard, you said are you single, looking for a date, really?
I'm single.
How old are you?
Tell them your criteria.
How old are you?
I wanted to make 2 points clear first. First, I'm not a former member of the referral list. And number two, I don't have bags of money.
How old are you, Richard? How old are you?
I just turned 70, Tom.
You know, I have to tell you something, Richard. It is very, very difficult to date when you're over even 55, I would say.
Yeah.
Definitely over 60. Listen, when I found myself suddenly alone after many, many years, I'll tell you, it was very weird, and I would still be single today. There's no way I wanted to date. It scared the hell out of me. You never know what people want. You don't want to be accused of anything. You're afraid. Everything, you're on eggshells. And I would still be, I swear to God, I would be happily single with a dog. And I mean literal dog. I mean, I'd be happily single with a Bermudoodle. And here's the deal. But I knew Stephanie for 25 years. She was one of my good friends. Richard, listen, I need to help you, though. If you're looking for quality, don't get ripped off. We're going to help you if you can hang on. Lewis, HOA past dues. Now, listen, HOA problems are very unique because you're kind of fighting yourself. Now, Shirley, a neighbor threatening to kill. This is serious. We go to Shirley next, okay? Get her. We gotta get her some help. Somebody's threatening to kill? Hold on. We know that doesn't work. It's spring. Another tax filing.
This is wrong. This is unfortunately for some.
Mark, you know, we've had a lot of crazy people.
Reality check. The IRS is in full force, vigorously making up for lost time. Better than Larson tax relief on your side because a tax collection pandemic is coming. How else are they going to pay for all of the stimulus? Larson specializes in emergency and long-term tax relief. Emerge from the pandemic way better than you could ever do on your own.
Hey, did you send me? Oh, shit. Shannon didn't send me that 5-second thing. Damn it.
There's no tax forgiveness. Get the guidance and care from my friends, Ron and Jack Larson. They guarantee you'll be satisfied with their team efforts at LarsonTaxRelief.com. 844-LARSON.
Oh, he did. I want to hear it.
You don't pay a cent until you're content. Only with ExcelRoofing.com.
Perfect. Oh, Shannon's a good guy.
Talk station with Ross Kaminsky in the morning and Dan Chapless in the afternoon at 6:30. KHOW, Denver.
ABC News, I'm Adrienne Banker. Darnella Frazier on the stand in the trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin charged with the death of George Floyd. Frazier, a minor, recorded one of the videos of that day. She was questioned by prosecuting attorney Jerry Blackwell.
Was there any point that your video was...
Jeez, it's amazing how cheap these fights are. Just amazing.
Oh, some of them aren't anymore. Southwest is... like, they were way high for certain little fights. They used to be cheap.
This one to Vegas right here.
Who is it? Oh, yeah, Vegas, though.
$38. Round trip.
Who is it?
Frontier.
Yeah, but do you want to see?
No, I don't want to see. I'm too cheap to pay for a seat.
Those who tested positive are being housed in a separate area. More checks in the mail. The IRS and Treasury Department.
Oh, sure, more checks. You know, Mark, people get voted in. If you send people money, they'll keep voting you in, bro. They will.
This is ABC News. Following a swift COVID-19 vaccination campaign, early this week are celebrating Passover. ABC's Jordana Miller reports from Jerusalem.
Here in Israel, Passover is bringing a sense of freedom from the COVID-19 pandemic. What a stark contrast to last year's full lockdown. Families gather for the traditional Seder. Israelis are hiking in national parks, shopping in stores, sitting in restaurants and bars. With over half the country fully vaccinated, the positive test rate now falling to under 1%. That from a high of 15%.
But you know why? Because they changed the fucking method, you motherfuckers. Did I tell you that would happen? Did I say it would happen? You know I did. Don't even lie, Mark.
I was touting that before you.
You were, weren't you? You were saying, protect on focus protection.
On the old people.
Hi, great time. I know you.
Focus protection. I know it. That's you knew it. You knew it.
Is Matthew ever spelled untraditionally?
I don't know. I mean, it's Matthew. Why?
That's what I'm just... Because I'm booking an airline ticket for this dude. And
92% of colon cancers.
I'm going, what are the chances he spells Matthew different than anybody, right?
In a clinical study with patients 15 older, any positive results should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use it if you have adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease, and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit requestcologuard.com. I'm on it. Excellent.
ARFX HD2 Denver.
KHEL News Time, 103.
To honor and pay tribute to your servant, Officer Air Valley, whose faith was and his family's faith still is rooted in an event that we will celebrate this coming Easter Sunday morning. When Jesus rose from the dead to announce that death is not the end, death has no excuse.
Thank God.
Nevin Stanisic, Lynn Murray, Jody Waters, and Kevin Mahoney.
We are all coming together to honor a man who gave the ultimate sacrifice.
Ah, son of a...
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by your local Ford store.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, the highway driver around the metro area is in pretty good shape right now, both I-25 and I-70.
It's a Marriott.
Just one big exception, emergency roadwork on westbound 270 near Vasquez is blocking the right lane, and that drive to Culver City is jammed full of ice.
Nothing.
That's going to add an extra half hour onto your drive, so avoid
What are you looking?
Hey, Mark.
I'm just looking at shit they're doing.
You have a master router right before we come back in.
No, that sucks.
I don't care. I think it's a good spot, actually. You know why?
What do you know?
Because it's right before we start, and it's right after the weather. I gave that a lot of thought the other day.
I'm Jimmy LaRose, 630.
I know how much traffic spots are.
This is the time to get a great deal on the best-selling trucks for 44 years straight. Ford Ranger, F-150, or Super Duty. These trucks are built better, built stronger.
Right now?
Ford top and price the same.
That'll be one more 30-second commercial after this. Then it'll be that.
Part of Colorado's dirty little secret. Did you know that Colorado ranks lower than comparable states for recycling?
G-Class.
You can help.
That's all I want is a G-Class.
What's a G-Class?
What I have.
Oh.
I'm just looking for it. They don't have it.
You gotta upgrade?
Nah, I'm just always looking. Always looking for fun.
Free estimates on almost everything that has anything to do with the plumbing. If you just have a frozen pipe, if you have any kind of an emergency service, these guys at Master Router Plumbing do free estimates. They don't charge a trip charge to that metro area. They have sewer cleanouts that they can do for $89. These guys have it all, and their pricing is unbelievable. If you ever need a sewer line or a water line, there's no one cheaper. Simple as that. Master Router Plumbing, been on the referral list for over 10 years. 720-434-3406, 720-434-3406.
Ah! Would mine be considered an SUV?
I think these days it is an SUV, yes, sir. I can't believe it is.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your
Troubleshooter. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, and to take complaints. This hour brought to you by Silverleaf Mortgage. Silverleaf Mortgage for reverse loans, 720-REVERSE. Some people have asked why I've changed my tune on reverse loans. I've always thought reverse loans had a very valuable place. But now with rates low and costs low and new amounts approved, you can get jumbos. And with a lot of equity now, people have a lot of equity. Why let it sit there? It's unearned income that just grew for you. And if you're an elderly person struggling, why would you let it sit there? I know a woman, I don't know her personally, but this case I looked into, 92 or 94, wanted to stay home. Just wanted to stay home. But she didn't have the money, but she tapped into her equity and was able to hire home health care for the rest of her life. And then the money left over, when they sold the house, the estate still got the leftover. They don't take your home. Silverleaf Mortgage, 720 reverse. All right, we're talking about HOAs. Let's go. Lewis, go ahead. Your turn. Now, what happened, Lewis?
Yeah, my son has a homeowners association. They ended up past due on their dues.
Now, how past due? How past due is it?
Right now, they're about $10,000.
Okay, I want to mention something to everyone listening about HOA dues. They are a super lien. That means they go ahead of everything except the IRS. They go ahead of the loan, and it is the most important thing to pay. The most important thing to pay when it comes to HOAs, and condo living. And I want to say something else about that. If you get into a dispute with an HOA, never withhold payment. Keep paying while you're disputing. So how did it get this way, Lewis?
Well, they were both struggling. The husband and wife were both struggling on jobs and stuff, and got behind on the mortgage. So they worked on that, and now they're caught up on the mortgage.
Good.
They went in to pay, part of the homeowner's dues, and the HOA refused to accept the payment.
Right.
Because they have a judgment now.
Right.
So they're like, well, we got a judgment, so they want it all or nothing.
Well, that's their prerogative. The judgment is a super judgment. I'm surprised they haven't moved to foreclose. Tell me about the condo. How much is it worth in the real market?
Probably around $300,000 to $320,000, and they owe about $150,000.
Well, okay, so they're in a good position. Now, what about? Have they thought about? Okay, $150,000. That's why the HOA knows they're going to get paid.
And they're getting, 8 or 9% every month on it.
How much is the actual judgment in total?
The one I saw on the O&E the other day was $9,633.
And that's all they owe is that judgment?
Well, I don't know, because the O&E showed a judgment from 2015 for $9,000.
Yes.
But then when we pulled the O&E the other day, it said total due on the judgment $9,633.
Well, okay, but it's the same. It's the same. Hold on. It's the same judgment, right?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it probably is. They updated it.
Yeah, but here, okay, what they do is they probably update it or renew it every 6 years. Okay, it's probably a 6-year judgment. So they have to deal with this. It is not going to go away. It's going to get worse.
Right.
So what is their plan? Are they staying current right now with their HOA payments?
I don't think they've made a single payment in at least over 5 years. And the HOA is not accepting their payment.
Well, okay, because of the past due. Many times they'll let you stay current, but if they have a judgment, they'll let you stay current. But this HOA is playing hardball. They're saying unless you bring everything current, we're not accepting a dime, and that's probably on advice from counsel. So really, as crazy as this sounds, this is more important than they pay than the mortgage. Did you know that?
I knew that like it is a super lien, like you were just saying. Yes, I knew that.
So they need to pay it.
I was just.
Here's what I would do. Hold on. What is their interest rate right now?
They don't. They were struggling with a job.
I'm asking, what is their interest rate right now?
I'm not sure. They refinanced their mortgage like 5 years ago.
Okay, so listen. There's a reason I'm There's a reason I'm asking. They're not asking to refi for a lower rate. But what they can do is go to their lender and say, listen, right now you're in danger of losing your secured property. And that lien supersedes yours. I would like to add the amount of that onto the mortgage, and you see if they will do it. Now, I'm not sure they would, but some lenders would.
I don't think they'll do it, period. And that could bring up...
if they're looking to lose their home...
That could bring up other issues, because in that arrangement they have on that 30-year fixed or whatever loan they got, they're supposed to stay up on that HOA. They're going to be alerting their loan.
Oh, I'll bet your ass that if there's a judgment from an HOA, they
already know it.
I mean, they would have to be... They would have to be pretty remiss not to know.
This would be a good one for a hard money loan if they knew someone.
Yeah, but these people, can they... Here's what I want to know. How much is the monthly payment on the HOA?
$150 a month.
Can they afford it? I want to know right now, if someone paid off that lien, can they afford, going forward, the $150 a month?
I would say yes, they can.
Now, listen, if they haven't made a payment in 5 years... I have a feeling they owe way more than $9,600. That $9,600 was 2015 frozen coming forward. Now, you have to add the other 6 years or the other 5 years from 2015 to 2020. That's a brand new amount owed. And that's 60 months. So, bro, I have a feeling you're going to find out, you're going to be very, very shocked when you find out what they owe. Because you said it's $150 a month.
Grand.
What's that? Well, let's do the math. I mean, you just told me that that's a 2015 judgment. They didn't add to that judgment. That judgment stays the same.
He said the one in 15, though, was like 4,000 something. Now it's...
Hold on.
Now it's 8 or 9.
No, he didn't.
It was 9,
no, he didn't. 000. It was 9, and then it was 96. So here's what we have. We have another 9,000 on top of that. So I think they're going to owe close to 20 grand. With attorney's fees.
Too.
Well, okay, now they better sell. They better sell the condo and leave. They don't have a hope, man. They either that or they lose everything. So how stupid would that be? If you add 150, okay, take the 150 plus 20 is 170. 170 on a $300,000 condo is not a bad deal. Okay? If you knew somebody who would loan that, okay, that would be not bad. 170.
Right.
So they need to get a loan. They need to get a loan for $170,000, but they have poor credit. What's your credit like?
Mine's good.
Because they're going to lose everything. I mean, I'm saying that you could do it where you take first deed of trust. I mean, you take over and tell them if they pay you back, they get to stay, and if they don't, they're out. I mean, why? Because that's 100. The way I'm looking at it, it might be worth more than 300, but take 300 plus another 20. Worst case. Now we're looking at $130,000 in equity. That's a lot of equity, and you'd be in the driver's seat if you have money or the ability to borrow. There would be you wouldn't have any risk. The only risk you would have is if you're stupid and leave it in their name and do this. Or listen, or you don't have the balls to kick them out if they don't pay.
I don't think you touch it.
You don't what?
Probably don't have the balls to kick them out.
Okay. Listen, man, do they have the ability to pay off a $170,000 mortgage?
They would have to. The only way they could do it would be to refinance the loan.
Yeah, but they're not going to. Well, I mean, obviously they have to refinance to get the 170. But I'm talking about a hard money lender. They're not. Listen, you guys are all living in a fairy tale. Who owns this? Is it your son or daughter?
My son and his wife.
How old is your son?
32.
Okay. Does he work?
He just recently lost his job.
Doing what?
So we're trying. He's working at a pay and pack place, but he's a certified home inspector, so we're working on trying to get that business off the ground.
Okay, but you do realize right now they're in very deep trouble. And
yes.
And I need to know the extent you want to help them, because they're going to lose it all. And if they can sell it and pay off all the debt, at least they have money. And you could co-sign and help them buy another place at a low interest rate. Maybe something cheaper. I don't know. But they got to make adjustments. There's no magic here. They screwed up.
Yeah, they got to make a decision.
Are they willing to, or is he hiding his head in the sand? What kind of guy is he?
Well, yeah, he's a good guy, an honorable guy,
but he's hiding his head. Is he hoping the problem is going to go away? That's what I'm asking you. Is he hoping the problem's just going to go away?
No.
Okay, then you guys.
I was digging into this is because he's on the verge of getting a divorce.
Now,
I thought, well, we need to dig into this and find out what the heck we need to do.
Is that because of the money? Is that why it's putting pressure on the marriage?
No, just the stuff from the last year with the COVID and other stuff.
They better sell the house. I'm telling you, I don't see any option. Frank Duran, the real estate man, I'm serious. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He will sell that house in a hurry for people in trouble. And that's what you need to do. I swear to God, I don't see any other option. You sell it, pay the HOA, and be done with it. Let them split the money if they're going to split up. But listen, man, this sounds like they're going to be paralyzed by this situation. And if they don't tackle it, they lose everything. And unfortunately, that's probably going to happen because it doesn't sound like they're action takers. That's 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Not only will he sell stuff, but he'll do a free valuation for you if you need it. So just remember that. It's going to be fine if you go to him.
I'll just do Joe Lazara and one of my own.
He's trying to bail out. He's trying to bail out his kid now at 32 to help him find a job.
I hope to God my kid's not a fucking deadbeat.
You hope what?
My kid's never a deadbeat, I swear.
Why you would think you
Well, I mean, you never know what kids are going to be.
No, but you know how they were raised for the most part.
But does this... RenewHomeInnovations.com. That is Nick Fox and his team. They do beautiful bathrooms. And they can do showers in a day. They have visualization software that lays out everything. So get your project manager to your house and get an estimate and get it done the next day in about 90% of the cases. They do beautiful work. I know Nick personally. You will love the way they do business. RenewHomeInnovations.com. 303-904-2000. Special discounts for seniors. Also, another person I trust implicitly, and I hope you don't need, by the way, Joe Lazara. He's a criminal defense attorney. Obviously, no one ever thinks they're going to be charged with anything. Sometimes it is out of the blue. It is false. Sometimes it's a stupid mistake or some gray area. The good part about Joe is he'll be side by side with you through the process. You can never do it alone, no matter what it is. Even if you want to plead guilty, you need an attorney to get through the system to minimize damage. Okay, flat rates. Call them. DUIs or other defense. 303-429-6200.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal. And as you'll hear on the Astray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage.
I always speed up my days here. I think on the next day. Just a good friend. That's a good Genesis.
Wherever you get your podcast.
You know why I do commercials for SimplyFloorSafe.com? Because I personally use them. I'm consumer advocate Mark Major. If you're in the market for flooring, you have to check out SimplyFloorSafe.com. Not only do they have the newest LVT.
Tony, I need a solid from you. Can you take two next along with our expert? The guy is on his lunch. I've been working 2 months to get this call on with an expert. He was, I don't know if you remember it, he was converted from hourly to salary, but none of his duties changed. Okay.
Although when we dug into it,
I talked to Howard Denton. One of you have to call him. The girl is from Hawaii. We met her 2 weeks ago because his friend helped him put a Craigslist ad up. And he's like, I'm moving her in tomorrow.
Did he ever?
He's not met her. He's only talked to her family in Hawaii. He's like, we're going to be roommates, and I think this is really going to work out.
Tell him we have, listen.
I told him one of you guys are calling him.
Mark, this is difficult.
But he would not come on the air. And I said, well, I said, what? I said, Tommy or Mark's going to call you because I didn't tell him why.
Does Howard have any kids?
I don't know. You can ask
his
nephew.
The guy that took over the company? Mark, call him, please, too. Or I'll do it if you want, but I think you can. You know him better than I do.
Well, you got to talk to Howard first. He is such a nice guy. I didn't know.
Salt, as they say, salt the fucking earth. So who do I get?
Bill and John Davis. Yep, met her a couple weeks ago from a Craigslist ad. He's like, we're going to be roommates. I'm moving her out from Hawaii. Her family says she just needs a break. She's a great person. I talked to a bunch of people.
Did he send money to her, or is he?
I had to ask.
Oh, no. This is the typical ripoff.
And then
how
she's not going to get him out of the house. Craigslist. He put a Craigslist ad.
He'll never get her out.
Well, if she doesn't fleece every fucking nickel.
Does Howard David have a name?
Mark will take. No, Mark will talk to him.
Tommy, does he?
Well, he's not like a multi-millionaire or something. Okay. I mean, the man is frugal, you know?
He's like, I've got a big house, I'm single, I've got a French bulldog, this will work out perfect.
No, I know he's fucking lonely.
Poor guy.
This is so sad.
From contractors.
Yeah, that's fucking unbelievable. You wouldn't think a guy like it. And you know what? Here's another problem you're going to have with him. Mark, he thinks he knows it all.
I know. Trust me, it's what's going through my head.
And he keeps everyone safe. So you can bring your project to life. Man. Before you dig, contact 811.
By the way, I'll bet Mark again. What the hell is this about?
Hey, I want Howard's address.
Sun comes out today, we'll see a chilly high of 40, but that's
oh, you know what? We'll have it on file. He doesn't move.
I'm Fox 31, but one weather meteorologist.
If you make a bet regarding, let's say, Amazon refund, I'm going to have the word like, I bet I can get that customer a refund or replacement, period. Not Amazon's policy is to give a refund.
Oh my gosh! Is he rehashing
Mark
this?
Switches the bet whenever I'm successful.
No, I didn't. There was no bet. Where was the bet? What was the bet?
He said he could get the refund, and you said it wasn't their policy. He said he wasn't betting on policy.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Bill, I want to get to all these calls. Bill, tell me what's going on. You were a salaried employee. Were you in a management position?
No, sir.
You were hourly at one time or still hourly?
I was hourly and then I went to salary.
Oh, get it. Now, you were hourly. Again, were you supervisory at all?
No.
Okay. Then they switched you to salary. Now, why would they do that all of a sudden? They come to you and say, by the way, Bill, you're going to be salaried. Did that mean a net increase or a net decrease?
Increase.
The salary was an increase.
Correct.
Oh, that's good. You were given more money. Why do you think they would do that?
Well, when I was still hourly, I would put in about 400 to 450 hours of overtime, and then they wanted to change my job title from plant operator to plant foreman, and they wanted to put more responsibilities on me that I was probably already doing already.
But this is what I don't understand. I'm confused. What difference does that make if they're giving you more money for the same work?
I don't understand the question.
I don't even know what your problem is. Here's what you told me. That you were working hourly at a plant, doing 400 hours of overtime or whatever you were doing, and you were making a certain amount of money. They came to you and offered you a salary for more money, and you don't have to do anything more. So why is that a bad thing? I'm just trying to figure out what your problem is.
Well, once I went to salary, I said the only way that works is that I don't put in all these overtime hours.
But why? You were doing it before, and you were putting in the overtime before, making less money. Now, if you put in the same overtime, what difference does it make if you're getting more money? You were willing to do it before. Why wouldn't you be willing to do it for more money? I'm serious, but I'm just trying to understand. I'm not disagreeing. Go ahead.
But it wasn't an exorbitant amount of more money.
But it was still more money, though. That's the part I don't understand. Were you afraid that once you're on salary, they will increase the overtime, so it would be way more than you used to do, and you would have a net decrease in compensation?
Correct.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to get at. So really, even though you were getting a small net increase in salary over the hourly, you thought it was a subterfuge to get more hours out of you for this. Okay, whatever. Okay, is that really what it is? And did they do that?
It worked as long as my previous plant supervisor, but he quit, and then that all went to the wayside. Because if I did put in overtime after I went to salary, for every 5 hours of overtime, he would comp me 8 hours of time off without going against my PTO.
Okay, so when he left that chain, was that in writing, Bill, what he was doing for you, or was that just a wink-wink between you and him?
Wink, wink.
Okay, so officially, your job is the same, your pay is the same, but now you're not getting the wink-wink.
Correct.
How many more hours are you working now under salary than you were before hourly?
It's approximately the same. Ever since that supervisor left, I've now started putting in all those overtime hours, but I'm not getting any compensation for it.
Well, no, I'm going to go back to the original premise. You're working exactly the same as you were before when you were hourly, but making more money.
That's correct, but that was under the premise that I wouldn't be working all those overtime hours.
You thought when they switched you from hourly to salary, they purposely gave you more money with the intention of cutting your hours.
That was the agreement with the previous supervisor, yes.
Was that in writing?
No, sir.
Okay, but you believed that if you went to salary, it was something like this. Hey, Bill, if you go to salary, I'm going to take care of you. You're going to work way less than you did before, and you're going to make more money. And if you do have to work overtime, I'm going to spiff you some PTO.
Correct.
Okay, I got the picture. So, with that in mind, John, if he was sitting in your office, I think I did a sufficient job of grilling him, but you may have other questions. John Davis, the Davis Law Firm, he's been with me for a lot of years. That's why he's gray. And he is an attorney and probably has a lot of questions, but he does employment law as part of his vast practice of litigation. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Tom. All right, so I guess the first question, Bill, is that your name?
Yes. Yeah, it's Bill.
Yes.
So, Bill, what do you do? What's your job? What do you actually do?
I operate the equipment, do maintenance, run the machine. We produce animal feed. All the functions of running the plant, basically.
Of running the plant?
I'm sorry?
Running the entire plant?
Yes.
Okay, so you supervise people?
No. I don't have an authority. I might be able to aid others because of my knowledge.
When you say running the plant, you mean running the equipment for the plant, not like running the day-to-day operations, payroll and...
You don't assign people duties. You don't assign people duties, do payroll or any management?
I do not. I don't hire and fire. I don't...
But if we asked your boss, would he say that you're a manager?
I would think not.
He would say he would say that we shouldn't be paying you salary. You should be working hourly.
That's a possibility, yes.
Then why don't you just do that and solve your problem? Go back to hourly.
I have asked to renegotiate the terms of my employment, and I mean it's just met with like
you just told me that they would go along with it.
No, they wouldn't say that I'm management is what I.
Okay, they would say that you are similar to all the hourly guys. In fact, exactly the same as all the hourly guys.
Yes, that is true. Whether they'd say that or not.
So why did they pick you? Of all the hourly guys, why would they pick you to do salary?
Because I've been here a long time and I perform at a high level. And
did they think it was a reward, or were they trying to save money?
I think they were trying to okey doke me upon retrospect.
What's your title?
Plant foreman.
What is it?
Everything goes back to John, when he says he's a plant foreman, to me that sounds like it could be a managerial job.
But here's the point, okay? And I'll let John talk. I want John next. I think the point is, here's what it is, bottom line. Bill believes they're manipulating the title and the salary to save money and to take advantage of him. Bottom line, that's what he thinks.
This is Denver's top.
All right, Fuller, get found fast, become the banker in a minute.
Brown at 2, 630, K8.
What do you got? Fuller and Become.
Oh, you got them both?
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, and then you get found fast.
Oh, get found, got it.
This report is sponsored by Centers for...
God, I can't get over this, man. I cannot believe this shit. With Howard, I'm fucking flabbergasted, man. Oh.
I told you.
I mean, I would love to.
I basically, Marty, he claims I owe him 32 lunches.
It's more than that. How naive of you. Don't forget the dinners, and you might even owe me a fucking brunch.
Where can I want a private copy of it. Where do I do that?
Oh, I can't believe this shit with Howard.
Oh, there it is.
There you go. 10 seconds fuller. I didn't even realize that I needed help until the day that I got arrested.
If you or someone you know is struggling, there is hope. Recovery is possible. Visit cdc.gov/RxAwareness.
I love the service I provide at referralist.com, including the services of a personal injury attorney at your beck and call. John Fuller. I'm serious. When you're in an automobile accident and there are injuries, you can call him for free legal advice when you need it the most. It's pretty obvious you can't do it alone. Don't ask your brother-in-law, Vinny. Don't ask your cousin, Marty. What you do is go straight to the lawyer and ask, free of charge. He'll evaluate your case. It won't cost you anything. Even if he takes the case, and you decide to hire him, it's on a contingency fee basis. 303-597-4500. Get free legal advice. 303-597-4500. So, I use the term guarantee when it comes to become the banker only because it's true. You're not allowed to use guaranteed return except where it's true. Okay, so becomethebanker.org is where you sign up for a seminar, and you'll find out why it's guaranteed. Not only do you get 4% return, guaranteed, tax-free, he'll tell you how, but an extra 1% dividend that's been paid for years and years and years. Becomethebanker.org for life insurance. Becomethebanker.org for retirement. Becomethebanker.org for borrowing money from yourself and getting even more money for retirement.
You know, I decided to put one of our referral list members to the test, and I'm not kidding, I just did this. I went to Google and I put in great SEO companies in Denver, and what I was hoping is that GetFoundFast.com would come up on the first page, because that's what they do. They help companies like you have actually get on the front page of Yahoo, Google, and Bing. Guess what happened? And you can do it right now. They came up #1. I am literally
Literally staring at best SEO agency in Denver is GetFoundFast.com. #1 on Google, and that's what they do for a living. You got a small business and you have a website, you need Get Found Fast. They'll do a free webinar. They'll teach you about the Google panel for free. They'll even tell you if you're mobile friendly, a ton of free advice. It all starts at GetFoundFast.com.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment.
Can you believe that shit? They did come up first. Fucking amazing.
Tommy, on the 401k check, can I regular mail that, or does that need to be FedExed?
I don't think it needs to be FedEx.
Send it UPS. If you want it to get there, you send it UPS.
I think we need it for tracking.
Okay.
So that.
Okay. Is it okay that I send it out Thursday, or does it need to be sent out today?
Well, tomorrow's Wednesday.
Right.
Why would it be Thursday, not tomorrow?
Well, I guess the only reason is because I'm next to a FedEx on Thursday, but I can go to a FedEx today, too.
Hell no, let's do it Thursday. That's fine.
Okay.
Grocery store nuts are old, stale, tired nuts, collected by machines and roasted a long time ago. But nuts.com hand selects the best nuts in the world and roast them every day. You're that fresh. And at nuts.com, you'll find so much more of what you love. Dried fruit, chocolate dipped nuts, unique snacks, pantry items, and much more. All indescribably delicious and shipped fast. Try nuts.com and taste the amazing difference you've been missing. New customers, you can get free shipping on your first order when you text TASTY to 64,000. That's TASTY to 64,000. For more information on free shipping, text TASTY to 64,000.
It's spring, another tax filing deadline. Unfortunately for some, more back tax debt. Or worse, you're ready to file. Reality check. The IRS is forced vigorously make up.
Okay.
Better get Washington tax relief on your side because a tax collection pandemic is coming. Washington specializes in emergency and long-term tax relief. Emerge from the pandemic way better than you could ever do on your own. Feel courteous. Don't fall prey to herd stupidity and putting off tax problems. There's no tax forgiveness. Get the guidance.
What town is it in? It is. Okay, so we don't have to make an appointment online. I can make an appointment by calling.
Man, this is an unbelievable deal.
Which one, Mark?
This Howard thing, man.
No,
I'm just fucking like...
It troubles you, doesn't it?
It troubles me a lot, honestly, because I know he's not going to fucking listen. So I got to figure out how to make him listen.
Tell him.
I want to meet her.
Mark, come right out here. Come right out and say, we've seen the exact same thing. With family and everything. The exact same thing.
God, I just can't.
And she may not even be coming from Hawaii, but even if you said, oh, yes, she is, just say, look at Howard. We've seen it too much. We've seen it too much, and it all happens on Craigslist. Please, Mark, even if you have to, please.
I know. Trust me, I get it. I get it. But I have a feeling it's going to be harder than that.
Let me know, will you?
I will.
Because I will. I'll do what it takes.
I just can't believe. Oh God, it's just so lonely.
So 45 has nothing, bro. Hey, why don't you use some of your wraps for our bumpers? How about tomorrow?
What is it? It's Christian rap, though, right?
No, it's not Christian rap. It's just rap, right?
I'd have to radio edit it, but I mean, I might be able to do it after that.
So or online, your money.
Yes, of course.
Weekdays 2 to 4. The Situation with Michael Brown.
Not the kind I do.
Vaccine pass.
All right.
You know someone out there does, Christian, right?
Me a break.
Oh, for sure.
Let's talk about it at 2.
Hi, Tom Martino. Okay, so I'm going to let John go. If you guys didn't listen, you got to listen to the podcast. But basically, he was converted from hourly to salary. He thinks the company is taking advantage of him in a way to save money. And I want to know what could be done about it, John, if he was in your office saying these things. Go ahead. What? John Davis isn't there. Where did he go?
He just emailed saying he had to go, Tom. I'm not even really sure.
We can't call him back.
Dang
This is so important. Hold on. Ask him if he can come back since we predicated the entire call on him answering a question. I mean, if he has an emergency, I get it, but we're ready to take it right now. And I'm going to talk to Anthony until you get him. And then Anthony, I may have to cut this short. I'll go right to John if he has something to say. Really. And I get it. These attorneys are busy. They have a lot of things to do. Anthony.
If he comes back, no problem. Let me know.
Yeah. So, Anthony, what's going on with capital gains, sir?
Well, my folks are going to be retiring here in about a year or so, and they're going to be selling their little business. The business itself isn't the problem. It's the building itself. They're looking at what would end up being a capital gain.
Is he on? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Now, this capital gains is not the same as it is on a residence. There's no exclusions.
Right, and what they were told was that the only way to minimize or avoid it or delay it would be to, within the same tax year, the money they get from selling that building would be to purchase like a rental property or something.
Well, it has to be the same class and nature. It could be a rental property.
They could also sell it on a time. In other words, they could sell it over a 5-year period, and only what they make that year is what's going to be taxed on it. That's how I sold one building.
They've changed that a little, but it's mostly correct on that. It's called an installment sale. Okay? But, you know, and obviously you need an accountant and an attorney to structure it, please, because it's very complicated. But that's a good way. Or you just do a 1031. And, you know, that would be it. But let me ask you something. What tax bracket are they in right now? How much are they going to make?
They're looking at the full sale price of the building is about $600,000 to $700,000.
What does that tell me? How much profit is in that after commissions and the basis?
That is the profit after commissions and all
6 or 7. So with 6 or 7, and they've owned it more than a year.
Oh yeah.
So what is long term right now? I mean, what is long term capital gains right now, Mark? It's 20%.
I think it's 25.
Wait, is it 25? I thought it was 15 and 5.
I thought it was 20 and 5, but
no matter what, that's what it is. And sometimes, Anthony, it's just better to pay it and get it over with. Sometimes. I'm not telling you to do it.
You made. I hope you really listened to Tom on one thing. After basis, I mean, man. How about like a new roof has been put on that thing? I don't know what's been done to it, but man, I'm sure you can get that basis up a little more.
Yeah, it had a new roof put on last year.
Well, that's what, okay, you know what a basis is?
Vaguely.
Okay, here's what it is. Listen carefully. You take the purchase price, and then you add to it all permanent improvements, okay? Then, but this is really critical. You don't add taxes or interest or mortgage, but all permanent improvements on the purchase. But then you have to subtract all of your depreciation that you took or should have taken. And this is going to really hurt because did they take depreciation on the building?
That part I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, do they have an accountant?
They do.
Because they really need one. And that's what they have to figure out. The basis of the building is the only way to find out how much capital gains they're really going to make. Where people get killed usually on business property is even though they can add a lot to the basis, they still have to subtract the depreciation or what's called the chattel. They have to subtract it to get a new basis.
they might really, I don't know their situation, but once again, I'm going to say this. If you sold it over time and they held the note at whatever a normal interest rate is now, 6 or 7.
Or rent it.
Okay.
Or rent it. I mean, do they need the money?
When they bought the business 15, 20 years ago, they kind of used all of their retirement to get it.
So they need the money, is what you're saying?
Pretty much, yeah. A lot of it's hinging on that.
Is the building paid for?
It's about maybe $100,000 shy of being completely paid off. That was factored into the $600,000 to $700,000 I was telling you.
You know what? Do what Tom says. I mean, just tell them to bite the bullet. The best way is going to just bite the bullet, get the basis up as high as it is or higher, and then sell it.
I mean, what else can you do?
You got to calculate HVAC, roofing, anything that's been done.
Yeah, talk to an accountant, though, really, a really good accountant. And that doesn't necessarily mean yours. Some accountants are really good at doing taxes, but not necessarily good.
I got a guy that would be perfect to look at this.
Yeah. Okay. Now, remember, this is not being disloyal to a current accountant.
No.
Just like you go to different doctors for different things, I think the accountant, in this case, to take a special look at this would be great.
This report is sponsored by InvisibleFence.com.
Weinstein lawyer on Cuomo's. Can you believe he's actually got Weinstein's lawyer? I find that fucking incredible. In fact, I'd probably go out of my way if I was Cuomo not to hire Weinstein's lawyer. It's crazy. On every which way, it's fucking crazy.
Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly cloudy this afternoon, a high near 40. We'll drop down into the mid-20s overnight tonight. It's 36 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Jimmy on the road, 650 KL. Invisible Flex branded.
Where the hell is that?
Smart system. Advanced pet containment technology paired with new smart features keeps your pet protected in your home. Visit InvisibleFence.com.
I don't know where this is she's talking about.
InvisibleFence.com. The Shark Attack Neighborhood wants to keep you safe and worry-free during these times, which is why they're making car buying easier than ever right from your home. You can pick out your car right from the Shark Attack.
Oh my God.
Ready approved, finance, and they will literally drive your new car right to your front door. It's that easy. The Sharp Price is the #1 internet car dealer in Colorado, and you can shop over 1,000 cars shopping estimates today at thesharpestprice.com. They have cars under $10,000 and even 2020 models. So get shopping today at thesharpestprice.com. You find yourself looking around your house and, wish we had a pool.
Wish I could share my office with a washer and dryer.
Wish we could have a real master bathroom. Lightstream can make your wishes every home with a fixed-rate home improvement loan. With Lightstream, you get rates as low as 2.99% APR with autopay and excellent credit. Visit Lightstream.com/easy today, and radio listeners can get an additional interest rate discount. The application takes minutes online with no appraisals, no fees, and no home equity required. Make your home the home you wish for. Apply today at Lightstream.com/easy to get an additional interest rate discount. That's Lightstream.com/easy for an additional discount. Lightstream.com/EALY.
You want someone you can trust in the auto repair business? Sheridan Auto Tech is just that place. In fact, there are 2 of them in Lakewood, on Colfax, just west of Osford, and in Aurora, on Havana, just south of 6th Avenue. Sheridan Auto Tech, you can trust them. 303-455-7242. What else? Not only do you trust them, but you can know they have the experience and the knowledge to take care of it. I call them Uncle Kevin.
So far.
SheridanAutoTech.com, 303-455-7242.
There's a lot to love about Colorado, but there's something that every Coloradan should know. Colorado soils contain radon gas. You can't see, smell, or taste it, and it sneaks its way to your home through openings in your foundation. Radon is a leading cause of lung cancer in Colorado, so testing your home is important. Luckily, getting test kits and discovering affordable repairs is easy. Get started at coloradoradon.info, sponsored by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
I know you. I'm cool.
A prescription only gets your city just equal 45 bucks at average risk. It seems like you take other it detects all your DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers. Yeah. Dinosaur. Or visit requestcolon.com.
You crave cashews. These almonds are awesome. Passionately pursue pistachios and pecans. Well, if you've only known grocery store nuts, if you haven't tasted the world's finest and freshest nuts from nuts.com, you don't know what you're missing. Most grocery store nuts are old, stale, tired nuts, collected by machines and roasted a long time ago. But nuts.com hand selects the best nuts in the world and roasts them every day. They're that fresh. And at nuts.com, you'll find so much more of what you love. Dried fruit, chocolate dip nuts, unique snacks, pantry items, and much more. All indescribably delicious and shipped fast. Try nuts.com and taste the amazing difference.
Back in 10 seconds, ending with your new theme.
Stay connected with your favorite shows on Denver's top station. Sign up for our newsletter email now at khl.com/newsletter. Breaking news, weather, sports, and more from our community. That's khl.com/newsletter.
It is.
Okay, this is ours. Now listen.
I like it. Listen to it.
And by the way, you know, I can't play the whole thing, but you can keep it playing a little. We are going to be employing this song in an open and some bumpers.
Troubleshooter's gonna help the come.
And then let's let the other verse play a little. Obviously, we're going to have to cut it down for stuff. And this is done by a very talented fellow. And he is Steve Moss. He has an advertising agency, and we'll tell you more about him. Anyway.
Here to help the come.
Okay, now, this employment thing, by the way, Ray, you're next. Suzanne, this employment thing was a cluster because we got them all worked up and didn't give them the climax, the end result, the information. So, was John available or not?
No.
Okay, so let's, what this employee, I did have stuff to tell him based on the information I had, but it might be too late.
It is. He had to get back to work.
He's not going to like the answer because he really... Okay, first of all, he shouldn't be salaried. Okay, they have to have a good reason. But he has to go to Wage and Hour Board to get that changed. And that's the part he's not going to like. They will look into it if these guys are trying to take advantage of this guy because he has to have managerial stuff or management stuff to get that. You can't just throw someone in to be exempt, okay, from overtime. You can't just do that. Ray, what's going on with your HOA?
Actually, it's my girlfriend. I was just talking to her last night.
Yeah.
And she purchased this townhome back in August of 2018.
Yes.
And then 2 days ago, she just received a letter from the HOA saying that she needed to come up with $8,000 to pay for roof damage.
Right, okay.
And the damage occurred June of 2018.
Okay, was she owning it then?
No.
Okay.
She purchased it in August, and I guess the damage happened in June.
Now listen, this is bad. okay? Because most policies would require to be enforced when it happened. So even if she does have the coverage, it's not going to cover her. And she's got an action against the previous owner for not disclosing this if he knew about it. I mean, here's what you need to do, and we're going to get you back on because I don't want you running out of time. I want you to get the closing docs together. I want to look at the disclosures. Okay? So have her get her closing docs together when she bought it.
And a copy of her policy, because it could either be the date of the storm or it could be the date of the assessment.
That's true. That's true. So do that for us, please. We want a copy of her policy and all of that. Listen, Marty, you only have literally 15 seconds. What did you want to say? I'm so sorry.
Oh, Panacea Life came through for me. I take CBD with a different company. The different company went out of business, and Panacea is great.
Oh, man, thank you very much. That's Deputy Smarty Pants. And you can take his comments to the bank. All right. By the way, we're out of time. Referralist.com.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected.
Please take care of that, and I know it's troubling you. I know it is. I'm just shocked.
That's the problem with that is it's 2 shots.
I know.
That's why it's not worth it.
Actually, I'm going to get COVID holdover. I can't make it. I can't leave the studio because of COVID.
We found a place we can go get a shot right now, but then we got to go back for 1 and 2 weeks.
And it's 150 miles away.
Wait, you?
Rocky or La Junta.
You don't have to worry. You got
I want to get
Kaiser.
it. I just want to get. Well, I know, but we're on there.
You already have the disease, for God's sake.
I know. I don't get it.
In all history of biology, there's never been. And that's the thing. Maybe a new strain, but I could get that. See, they're not being honest.
That's what's stupid about the whole vaccine. I got both of mine.
Honest to God, no one. They don't tell you the truth. I don't know why Fauci would defy science. Honest to God, he is such a fucking moron. Because to say that you have to get a vaccine if you had the disease is so stupid. That would
you
be
got
the first.
COVID, you wouldn't have got the vaccine.
That's right. It would be the first time in the history of medicine that you get a virus twice. Ever.
What about the variants?
I'm not talking about variants, but then everyone would get that anyway, so what difference does that make? Even if you got this vaccine, it's not going to protect you from the variant.
Yeah.
It's going to be like flu. It's going to be different every year.
That's right. And we're going to have to I get a flu vaccine every year, okay? But to say that once you get a certain flu, you're not going to get that flu again.
Well, maybe I should be sweating.
I had a horrible reaction to the second shot.
You did? When did you have it?
Fortunately, Saturday morning at 7.
When did the reaction come?
Sunday morning at 7. 24 hours later.
Okay, I had mine this time at 3 o'clock yesterday, my second shot.
Moderna?
No.
It was Pfizer? Tamara had Pfizer and she had no reaction. Okay. I was
Why did you have 2 different ones?
We had 3 different ones.
But you had the same
4 different ones.
We had 4?
Yeah, they just did that other one in Europe.
But weren't you going to the same clinic, the 2 of you?
No, because she's a teacher. She got hers a long time ago.
Okay, so what happened to you?
I woke up with chills, uncontrollable flapping. I mean, I could not.
Because of the chills, right? Yeah, that happens when you have the bad flu.
And
how long?
I'd say 3 or 4 hours, and I felt better.
Jeez.
And then Sunday night.
So you were sick a whole day?
Yeah, sick for a good 24 hours. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't have that one.
Now, Grossman told me he was down
the same
for several days.
Yeah. He really surprised you.
Yeah.
He was down with the first shot.
It's like, okay, so where's my passport? Where's my internal passport?
You don't even want to know what Mark's been reading about. Guaranteed fucking paycheck. They want to keep stimulus payments on a regular basis. At some point, people got to pay this bill.
I'm the age I am. Mark, it's up to you.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
It'll be up to my kids.
Yeah, Mark, you're pretty far behind. You could be my kid, right? You're 45.
I could be your grandkid. Calm down.
I will be right now. Mark. sister-in-law had like 3 kids with it. So I have a conference call coming up. We'll do the, we're out of here if you're going to be here. I got to finish 2 emails and then okay, don't lock. I'll be right back.